Good evening and welcome to the July 20th, 2022 Board of Supervisors meeting. I am your chair, James McCartney. I would ask that we all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you much. Welcome to everybody in the audience. We'll do a quick roll call. Supervisor Weiss.
Here.
Supervisor Grenier.
Present.
Supervisor Lewis.
Here.
Supervisor Blundy.
Here,
We have 5 supervisors here. Just a reminder, public comment on agenda items will be taken as each item is discussed. Seeing that I don't want to have Chief do our community announcements, I will take care of those. No, it's fine. During this portion of the agenda, residents and youth organizations may call into to make a special announcement or contact the township at admin@lmt.org to request a special announcement be added to the agenda. Lower Makefield Township will be hosting a new tween camp called Tween Adventures. Registration is now open. For more information, please visit our website at lmt.org. The Lower Makefield Township Farmers Market is back at Charlene Farms. They will be there every Thursday from 3:30 to 6:30 p.m. June through September. The LMT Walking Group is back for the summer, Saturday, June 23rd, August 6th, and August 20th at 10 a.m. Walkers will meet at Community Center, 1550 Oxford Valley Road. No registration is required. For more information, email Kathy@walkapocket.com.
James, I think that was July 23rd.
You're
Not
right.
June.
Did I say June?
I'm pretty sure. Could be
Okay.
wrong.
July 23rd and August 6th for all you walkers. Don't show up in June. That would be really bizarre. Lower Makefield Township will be hosting their 5K Anyway Color Run for Fun for accessibility on Saturday, August 6th at 8 a.m. at Makefield Park. For registration or more information, please follow the link at 5K Anyway, or I guess it's redpodium.com, 5K Anyway and Color Fun Run. Lower Makefield Township will be hosting a blood drive for the Red Cross on Friday, August 12th, 2022 from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. in the main meeting room at the Township Building, 1100 Edgewood Road, Yardley. And finally, Lower Makefield Township's Park and Recreation Department will be hosting Zumba After Dark with Sandy and Janine. This event will take place on Friday, September 16th at 8 p.m. in the LMT Pool parking lot, 1050 Edgewood Road. To register, go to capturepoint.com. Moving along to agenda item number 5, entertain a motion to consider approval of minutes for July 6, 2022.
So moved. Second.
Motion made by Supervisor Grenier, seconded by Supervisor Weiss. Any discussion? Any public comment? Hearing none, call to question. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Opposed, none. Motion carries 5-0. Agenda item number 6, the treasurer's report.
Yeah, hi there. I'm going to break down the interfund transfers by month, so get ready for some multiple motions. Making a motion to approve the interfund transfers for the month of April 2022 in the amount of $1,134,861.92.
Second.
Motion made by Supervisor Blundy, seconded by Supervisor Weiss. Any discussion? Any public comment? Hearing none, call to question. All those in favor say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Opposed, none. Motion carries 5-0.
I move to approve the interfund transfers for the month of May 2022, I got that right, in the amount of $760,412.64.
Second.
Motion made by Supervisor Blundy, seconded by Supervisor Weiss. Any discussion? Any public comment? Hearing none, I call to question. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
I make a motion to approve the interfund transfers for the month of June 2022 in the amount of $882,862.20.
Second.
Motion made by Supervisor Blundy, seconded by Supervisor Weiss. Any discussion? Any public comment? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
And then I'll make one motion to approve the warrant list from May 23rd, June 6th, June 20th, July 5th, and July 18th, 2022, in the total amount of $4,574,600.93.
Second.
Motion made by Supervisor Blondie, seconded by Supervisor Weiss. Any discussion? Any public comment? Hearing none, call to question. All those in favor say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Suzanne. Agenda item number 7, Fire Services. Consideration to approve advertisement of the amended vacant property ordinance. Tim, you want to come up and just give us a quick synopsis of that? Thanks. No, I think it was the other one. No, turn that back on.
It's on.
Tap on it. Yeah, you're good.
There we go.
Yeah, good.
We got it. All right. So myself and the building code official, Mike Kirk, have been working on amending the ordinance for the blighted and vacant properties. Unfortunately, with all the properties have been affected by fires in the past 8 or 9 months. Some of them have been sitting for 8 or 9 months. So we added some stuff to that ordinance. So tonight I'd like to get approval to advertise that amendment. Having a section in the ordinance will allow myself and the building code official to ensure the property will not sit in state of disrepair for extended periods of time like it has. The added section sets timelines on when notices must be made and when repairs must be started. The amended ordinance will ensure our community will continue to be beautiful and upkept for years to come. So.
Excellent. Do I hear a motion?
Make a motion to approve the advertisement of the amended vacant property ordinance.
Second.
Motion made by Supervisor Weiss, seconded by Supervisor Blondie. Any discussion?
Can I ask our solicitor process question?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Ordinance updates coming before the board. Does this have to go before any other group within the township?
Since it's not a zoning ordinance, it's more of a public safety one, I would say no. Now, it doesn't mean that others can't weigh in if they don't want to, but I think if you want between the advertisement and the enactment to have them look at it, that's fine to further comments too, because it can be changed between now and when it's ultimately authorized. Otherwise, no. The fire director wants to make sure we get this on fairly quickly for obvious reasons, but if there's other entities that want to weigh in, that doesn't hurt.
I just want to make sure that we check
Yeah.
the boxes on process.
I mean, my partner Barbara Kirk did draft this ordinance after consulting with the director and others. So, but and she's certainly well aware of that. But I think, if you want somebody else to look at it, that during this interim, you could probably have to do that.
Who would be the most appropriate committee?
That's a good question. I don't know if you had somebody in mind, but
Well, I'm not even suggesting that we do this, but the closest one in my mind would probably be planning commission, maybe.
you're the only one I can think of off the top of my head. Yeah.
So,
One more question. Sorry, Susan.
you know,
Actually, this question might be for you. First paragraph talks about fire, explosion, collapse or other act of God. Do we have a definition for act of God? I know it's an insurance term of art, sort of, that we need we need to define. I know we all use it. So
It's one of those things you can define. I wouldn't want to define it in a too limited fashion. So I think that's the other part of it too. I mean, and that's something we can look at as well in the interim, but again, I wouldn't recommend that I think it's good to have some idea, maybe an enumeration, but but not a limitation, if that makes sense.
So from my experience, again, not licensed in Pennsylvania, act of God is something that's developed by case law and not specifically defined. Some things at this point in time are or are not considered as act of God. But putting that on pause for a second, if we think we need to send this to planning or anyone else, then I would say maybe we should not vote to advertise. I think it puts them in a difficult position if we've weighed in and said, this is what we think, it's in process, now what do you think? Same time, if it doesn't need to go to planning, if this is not their purview, it's not zoning's purview, then I don't know why we would burden them with it. I can go either way, but just want to make sure we're thinking it through.
Any
Not
other?
mandated to go to them.
Okay.
that's the only reason I asked, is if we had to make sure that we did. If we don't, I'm okay with it. No, it's on. The green light's on. All right, I'll pull it. I'm soft spoken. I apologize. So what I was just saying,
Go ahead.
for those that didn't hear me, I'm not opposed to vote to advertising. I just wanted to make sure from a process perspective that we cover the bases, because we do have certain ordinances we have to go to planning commission or zoning hearing board or someone else. We just want to make sure we have that covered. That's all.
If this is not one of them,
No, not by definition.
okay. So we have a motion on the table. We have any other discussion or questions? I think you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I'd like to dig in a little on this. So property management, we did a whole refresh to take the latest version of the property management code. So if a person has an act of God that renders their building, there's they have to secure the property after the fire, right? So do they board up the property and then that would be blighted or vacant under the rules?
Certainly vacant.
Right. How does that differ from what we have on existing code? Now, I know we haven't always enforced it properly, but.
I think, well, I don't want to steal the director's thunder, but I think in many ways it would be depending on how damaged the property is. I think that's really what we're talking about. And I think that's a judgment call for both the director and the inspector, as far as if it's something that's going to be beyond repair or something that's going to take so long that it's going to be, it can't be something that'll be a shorter term. And again, this is a judgment call. Everything's fact-based.
Yeah.
And I think you'd have to, I think it would spill over into this particular code.
I'm looking more at it as the vacant properties are usually the ones that are vacant, that are still have a roof, still have windows, they're not boarded up. What I'm trying to amend and put in here is if it's damaged by fire, when there's no roof left, there's burn material still exposed for 6 or 9 months, there's debris flying out of these
Yeah, yeah.
buildings because of windstorms. I'm trying to set a timeline for these insurance companies stuff, say, yo, let's get a move on
Yep,
because we
yeah.
don't want these eyesores,
To say the biggest impetus here is for the insurance companies to pay attention to this stuff.
Correct, yes.
I'm generally very favorable and as you know, I've been really aggressive on this stuff. So, yeah,
No, and if there's other, I'm sorry to interrupt, but
Yeah.
if there's other concerns you have in between now and when you finalize, it, obviously, if there's other things you want to look in the interim after it's advertised, that process still is available.
From explaining this to folks, we're talking about 6 or 7 cases this year,
Mhm.
right? It's been unfortunate, bad set of circumstances.
Mhm.
But yeah, if this helps us force insurance companies to deliver checks faster or make resolutions faster, that's a win for folks.
Mhm.
Well, it's a difficult time and it's not a fun decision that they'd have to make, but yeah, I'm generally okay with that.
Any other discussion? Any public comment? Yes, sir. If you want to step up to the microphone, say your name and address for the record, please.
I don't think anyone can hear him.
Hold on a minute, sir.
There you go.
It's 1451 Heather. The Pebble Creek property is no longer enclosed. I feel bad for the owners, but it's been 10 months. Does the township lack the authority to take action, to enclose it, to knock it down, take the property?
I'm sorry, is that the one on,
possibly-
is that Innis Lane? We get in contact with that homeowner. He's supposed to get a fence up as of this week. And he's supposed to be putting plans in to knock that down. So yes, we have been in contact with that property owner.
Cool.
And they would be subject to this new ordinance as well.
Correct, yes.
In terms of taking action against when we're trying to enforce this, right, over time, I know there's if a property owner has an insurance company that's acting in bad faith, let's say, and dragging things out, are we going after the property owner or are we going after the insurance company?
We'll end up probably going after both of them. Just for the simple fact that if it keeps sitting, I mean, we don't want that eyesore, unfortunately.
Well, it's one of those things like when we were talking about, what was the other thing we were doing recently? The unpaid sewer bills, right? Hire an outside firm to kind of go after them when people may be in a tough situation where sometimes that might be making it worse. So I just want to be thoughtful about someone who's losing a home. That's obviously a very traumatic situation, and then putting another burden on them because their insurance company, who you thought would be acting in good faith, and that's why they paid for insurance, isn't doing anything, then they get hit twice. So I just want to be thoughtful about that. And I
No,
understand we can't fix every.
And understandable. I mean, there's going to be situations that we have to work with them. You know, an investigation goes longer than it has to because waiting for results or anything like that. But I mean, in situations, we can work with them, but we're just trying to get something in there. So the insurance companies that are dragging their feet, we can have some ammunition to go after.
We build in discretion to allow that for cases like that. Okay,
Mhm.
thank you.
Any other comments? Any other public comment? Anybody on the line? Okay, all those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, none. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to agenda item number 8, Parks and Recreation. I think Monica is here, I believe. Wants to give everybody an update on some of the ongoing Parks and Recs project that are going on in Lower Makefield. So I will give you the floor. Do you have connectivity to the screen as well? Excellent. Yes, we love it. So take it away. I think you wanted to start with Skylar. Okay.
So I will just share. All right. So today, oh, that's weird transitions. Sorry for that. So today I have a few things to go over today. This is just the list of things that we're going to talk about. I just want to keep everybody up to date. So I'm hoping to come fairly regularly to just update with Andy what we're doing in the parks. Skylar Tennis Courts, just a quick update. The survey is complete. Remington Vernick is drafting up proposed construction plan. What the next steps would consist of is using the construction plans to submit to co-stars to get quotes. So hopefully we can get a few quotes from that we can bring back to the board. We'll present the quotes to the Board of Supervisors for direction on next steps, whether you'd like to go with consortium bid or do it the other way, bid it out. So see what would be best for the township. As far as Kayla lights, I put together just a little timeline of things. Just most recently, I didn't put a whole history together or anything like that on Kayla lights, but just what we've been up to today, the 720, the last thing on the list. We talked about balloon testing or alternate testing for that section, a Kayla. I don't know if that's something that we're discussing tonight or not.
Sure. Yeah. So we had a discussion with Andy during executive session, and the consensus of the board was to send up a drone over a 3 or 4 day or 3 or 4 night period with a flashing light either at 60 or 70 feet, kind of alternating between those two heights to give individuals within that area an idea of whether or not visually they're going to be able to see any of those lights. I think Andy also, can you just give a little bit of information regarding the water tower? Because I think that was a great point of reference for us.
Right, so the drone would fly 60 to 70 feet. It would be flown from dusk to night for a couple of hours with strobe lights on the drone so that it can be seen at night. The water tower, the PA American Water Tower, which is right over here off of Oxford Valley Road, is 75 feet tall. The base of that water tower sits approximately 25 feet above the base elevation of the field. And so a 70-foot light tower at the field level would still be 20 feet below the top of the water tower, 25 feet below the top of the water tower. So if you're looking out your window and you can't see that water tower, then you won't be able to see the lights. If you're looking out your window and you can't see the top 25 feet of the water tower, well, then it would be logical to believe that you wouldn't be able to see a direct view of the lights as well.
Thank you, Andy. So go ahead with drone testing and we'll set up dates and notify the residents on.
Yeah, so I think it's kind of going to be a joint effort as far as what nights he's going to send it up, and then also maybe send those dates out to the immediate residents to say, hey, on these nights, we're going to have a drone flying at those heights. If you want to stand out at your yard and see if you see the top of, if you see this drone, you're going to see the light. If you don't see it, you're not going to see it.
Okay.
So it'll give them a better idea.
So also, we did send notice out to the residents already, the 300 feet around the site, about the meeting on the 26th. So we
Good.
will be meeting on the 26th. We'll have professionals there, and we'll be able to answer any questions and kind of go over the site on that night.
Can you, what time is that meeting?
I believe we set it for 6:30. Is that right?
Do you want to coordinate? Is that one of kind of like our initial flight night for the drone?
I'm sorry, I missed the.
The
dates.
26th, July
26th
26th?
For the meeting with the residents on site at Kayla.
Next.
So it'd be next Tuesday. Would that work for you? 'Cause at least
Uh,
that way, if you're having that meeting and you're giving notice and you can say, hey, if, you know, if you want to go back to your residence, we're going to be sending up a drone and you can kind of have an idea.
Yeah, so we have a couple of drone pilots within Remington Vernick Engineers. I'm not one of them, so I have to check to see if they're
If you
available.
would, that would be
but yeah.
great. Yeah, I think it'd be a great opportunity to kind of,
We'll put notice out if that is the case. as
Sure.
the First night.
Yeah.
Maybe we would want to wait a week for a second night just to be able to provide a little bit more. notice.
correct, more time. Yep.
Yep.
Thank you.
So, and then we have our road tour going up between Parks and Recreation and the Board of Supervisors. We do that every year. We'll take you to this site during the board road tour so that we can discuss anything that needs to be discussed during that time. And then we have some Board of Supervisor meetings coming up, and it just outlines in here what we're looking at doing. Now, I'll make this available to the public once we, well, not finish up tonight. But tomorrow morning, I can put this on the website. And then from here, we'll have to make some decisions about consortium and bid choice, which choice to go with and what would be best. And then this would be timelines based on which choice was made. So just so you know, kind of so you can get an idea of what that would look like.
Okay.
Mhm.
Before you, are you moving over to 3?
I am.
Okay,
Do you
bef-
want to finish with what I have?
Yeah, so what I'd like to do is just allow the board to ask questions. I didn't hear anything about Skylar Courts.
I did, actually. I went through it fairly quick. I can go.
Yeah,
now.
no, I didn't hear any. I don't know if there was any supervisor feedback or questions regarding the Skylar Court project. Was there any public comments regarding Skylar Court?
Had one.
Sure, yeah.
Sort of a question for some of the other ones, but have we looked at any, Skylar Courts are what, $400,000 or so? Was the estimate before?
Right.
Just,
It was, I think it was 350.
350 was it? Yeah.
have we looked, sorry if you can't hear me, have we identified any potential grant opportunities to help pay for that?
But this is not the time for grants right now. So if we did that, that would delay us up to a year. I mean, the Skylar Court would be closed for over a year if we went for a grant on Skylar.
How many courts are at Skylar?
Or
How many did we just open up at Memorial Park?
we have 3.
3 plus the,
Mhm.
okay. I would prefer to go for grants, but I don't know how others feel. It's being paid for by SOAR funds?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Any other supervisor comments regarding Skylar? I didn't see any public comment regarding Skylar. So, okay, now we will go to Kayla Lights. So we kind of went over Kayla Lights during executive. It sounds like we're going to get some folks out there on the 26th. Hopefully we can coordinate one of the drone pilots to be out there the same night. Was there any supervisor comments regarding Kayla Lights?
Yes.
Yes.
I think we heard that the budget on that, or at least some of the quotes we've been hearing, are upwards of 300,000 now. So similar question, have we identified any grants for Kayla Lights to date?
No, but that is always a possibility. Yep.
Would the board be amenable to making a motion of some type, or at least providing some guidance to move forward with looking at grant opportunities before we spend significant money on purchase or anything else related to the lights? Understanding that we're going forward right now with some, currently we're doing, I believe, geotechnical analysis, Andy, early design work.
Yeah, we have the geotechnical analysis scheduled. We haven't completed any site work yet with
Understood.
regards to that.
Like, getting that information helps to develop or I shouldn't use the word develop, but helps to prepare a sort of a shovel-ready project that typically, not all the time, but typically does better with grant opportunities when you show them something that's ready to go off the shelf. Might be a good idea to do that, given that I think the cost is probably almost 3 times as much as what it looked like just a few years ago. So it's starting to be concerning.
Yeah, and I would stress, I would say that, you know, in saying what Monica, you know, backing up what Monica had said, really the grant opportunities for Parks and Recreation type of work come out in the spring, or they open up in January, and then, you know, the application deadline is generally in March or April, and then the award happens in July. So
I understand.
that would be the time frame for it.
Yeah, and Skylar is somewhat dangerous for people that want to use it. So I understand why you want to push that forward. These are for lights for what, 8 to 12-year-old kids to play until baseball until 10 o'clock at night. Not something they haven't done to date, something they may not ever do, honestly. It may be for older kids to play in the, do drills in the outfield, I think we heard last time. So I'd be okay with putting those off until we could get some grant money, or at least have a good shot at grant money.
What's the success of grant money for lights for municipalities that are cash rich?
I wouldn't, you know, I'd have to survey a bunch of different municipalities and look through that.
Do you know,
I don't
that if there, what the success rate is for grants for municipalities for? you
I'd
know?
have to look it up. I can get back to you on it. I'd be glad to.
Yeah, because I'd like to know. I mean, even if we're going to go through the grant process, I'd hate to go through it and then come July, they say you weren't awarded the grant. And now we're back at square one with
Yeah.
these lights, right? So I guess it's what the will of the board is. Do we want to act on these now, or do we want to wait another year? Potentially with no payoff.
I'd like to keep moving forward at this point in time. My understanding too about grants is, you know, if you had 10 great projects, you might get one. So I don't know that this would be the thing that I would want to, you know, get our grant on. So I think as long as we keep moving forward and gathering information, you know, we can see what we can do.
Do we have any data on the field usage at nighttime for that age group on those small fields that would necessitate $300,000 in lights? I don't see us getting a lot of bang for, I understand lights for a Legion baseball team age, you know, when they're playing later or something else, but I still can't wrap my head around, to use Little League terms, minors and majors, which 8 to 12-year-olds playing that late at night. I have kids that age and they're in bed at that time. They're not out playing baseball and doing all that stuff. So and even when I like Little League, I played it myself. When I talk to some of the coaches there, they don't understand why we're putting up lights, because they coach that age group and they will not let their kids be out that late. So I think we could have $300,000 to put towards something else that we really want to do in Park and Rec.
Is that the feedback you've gotten from the PAA people? Because that's not the feedback that I've heard.
No, it's not the feedback. I mean, but it is 10 to 12. It's not 8 to 12.
So it's the 10 to 12 group.
Monica, what was the rationale 6 years ago when it was agreed to these lights?
Well, initially it was 2 fields when they wanted to do and now they're only asking for 1, which is the highest registration rate. The rationale is that they would be able to keep more of their players here and not move to MAC, so that they can accommodate them on the site. Dan, if you wouldn't mind me asking, just to come back with what you're looking for, what data specifically would you want me to pull for you?
Sure, I would love to see the number of league players that play on those specific fields at that time of night, that would play on that time of night, and what their practice schedule would be.
For other townships, because right now we don't have lights on this field.
I would assume that PAA has come up with a plan. If they're dead set on getting those lights, they should have a plan in place that would necessitate
Okay, so you,
advantage of those lights.
I just want to be clear. So you would want future projections. Would you like me to reach out to other townships and see how they use?
If they have lights, sure, why not?
Sure.
That would be
Okay.
appreciated.
You got it.
Any other supervisor comments regarding Kayla?
One quick question. There's no weather related. We can do this at any time, right? So it's not something that has to only be done during the summer, right? Spring or summer?
Well, the light poles themselves would require foundations, concrete
okay.
foundations that go into the ground, and you don't,
Frost.
yeah, right. You generally can't do that when the ground's
Yeah, yeah.
frozen, so.
Okay.
And John, just to follow up, you wouldn't want to do it during season either because you're taking the field offline.
Yeah, no, but I'm thinking, well, season starts March till September.
Like, yeah, goes a little longer. They have fall ball.
What's the expected? What's the expected turnaround time on the project once they started to finish roughly?
Like a duration for construction?
Yeah.
I would think that they could probably do it within 4 weeks.
Okay. So ideally after fall ball is over, before the frost.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Any other supervisor comments? Any public comment regarding this item? Yes, sir. If you want to step up to the microphone. Just need you to state your name and address for the record, please. Can you state your name and address to the record? Sorry to make you do it again.
Richard May, M-A-Y, 1270 Creamery Road.
Thank you.
And I was asking about both the courts and the lights. In the case of the courts, $350,000 for 4 courts that already exist. And what kind of damage does it have that calls for that kind of a reconstruction?
I can answer that. So the courts, I don't have the exact age of the courts, but they are well past their useful life. In fact, the existing courts have had, so it's an asphalt court with a painted surface on top of that. There are two levels of that. So there was an original asphalt court with a painted surface, and then a number of years ago, I believe in excess of 15 years ago, there was another asphalt surface laid down with a painted surface on top of that. The cracks within the courts are so wide that they can't be repaired. There are so many cracks, and the cracks are so wide that they can't be repaired for an economic return on investment. Therefore, the courts have to be completely removed. All of the asphalt has to be removed. The courts do not have any drains underneath them, like an under drain. And so groundwater routinely, you can see courts around the edges of the courts, there's some erosion. So a drainage system would need to be installed. And then the fence around the perimeter of the courts is in bad disrepair to the point where that would need to be replaced as well. So that is where and I believe the number is 400,000, not 350,000 or 450,000.
Now,
No, right. I understand.
in the last meeting, it was 450.
It could have been 450, I'm sorry.
But at any rate, so that's where the estimate comes from is based on other projects that we've seen. We just completed the tennis courts and the pickleball courts out at Memorial Park. So we have a general idea of what a full reconstruction of those types of courts will cost, and that.
Now, have you gotten competitive bids for this?
No,
We're not actively-
right. We're still in the process of coming up with design drawings so that vendors can review them and put in a competitive bid.
And then the other thing is the lights. My understanding, when we looked at this for Snipes Field 4 or 5 years ago, was that the current ordinance for the height of lights is 20 feet. Anybody know whether?
If I remember, we're going back 5 or 6 years ago. I think the 20-foot standard is for parking lights, street lights. For field lights, it's a different standard. I could be wrong, but I'm on,
Because I remember there were 16 variances you were looking for at that time, of which one was you wanted to do 80 feet.
yeah, I mean, it was before my time, so I can't,
Well,
I was,
not before my time. I was here.
but I was sitting in the audience at the time.
Mr. Majewski is going to clarify the
We have-
ordinance
we
for
have- We
lights.
have the,
Yeah, I'm just.
The ordinance,
Because we, pardon me?
Yeah, he's going to tell you what the ordinance calls for.
Oh, okay,
the ordinance height that you're referencing are for parking lot lights.
right.
There is no ordinance requirement for sport field lights. And also for Snipes, there were never 16 variances. I believe they got one variance or two variances, and it was 14 waivers. A waiver is a completely different animal from a variance.
And if I remember correctly, the one variance was for the salt shed up against 95.
Correct.
Got you.
And it may have been, I can't remember if it was one or two variances related to that.
Got you. Okay.
So, and anyway, so now there's the possibility that those Kayla lights might be as high as 70 feet.
Could be.
Yeah, the two options that we discussed were 5 lights at 60 or 4 lights at 70. So we're trying to figure out what the most cost-effective option would be.
And so the maximum would be 70, not all of the fixtures would be at the 70-foot height. Some of them would be at a 15-foot height, and then some of them would be at a 70-foot height.
Got you.
So as I recall from the last meeting, it was a total of about $1.1 million that you were talking about between the items mentioned here, not counting Snipes. The Kayla lights at tennis courts and the Veteran Square and Memorial Park thing. And one of my concerns is, if you recall, we got $53 million for the sewer authority. Of that, I think we spent some $30 million to pay off the golf course and something else.
sewer debt.
And it's looking like we're going to eat through all of that money in order to, well, there's 1 million there. And you're going to talk about Snipes, which is going to be indicated to be $5 to $10 million. And I don't see anything, any discussion of what you're going to do to help the taxpayers of Lower Makefield to reduce their costs as a result of the fact that by selling the sewer authority to Aqua, our costs have more than tripled, and they're on their way even further up. Okay. There needs to be some of that money that you got $53 million for to be used to offset those costs. And I don't hear anything about that.
Sure. Just so you know, we're also discussing a trust, taking proceeds and depositing into a trust into an interest-bearing account.
Nobody's heard about that.
Yeah, I mean, we've had meetings about it.
Not only that, we voted on it and they're working on the trust.
Yeah, we're working as the trust as we speak. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that what that $30,000 trust was going to be?
At least $10 million.
$10 million for the
10, yeah, I think the consensus of the board is roughly,
$10 million that you would use to offset the,
well, no, it would be a $10 million trust, irrevocable trust that would gain interest every year. So that would go towards general fund.
would hopefully offset property taxes.
That's the idea. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Any other public comments regarding Kayla lights? Yes, sir. If you want to state your name and address to the record, please. Sure.
Mark Oretto, I'm at 599 Saxony Lane. So thank you, gentlemen, for all you're doing. Thank you for what you're doing. Chief Cluzy, good to see you. Yeah, so almost 25 years living on Saxony. So big supporter of ball fields for kids, and lights are awesome, right? Kids like to play under the lights. But I'm also a resident and also mindful of, the interaction between the leadership here and the community. I guess I'm one of the recipients of the letter that's not dated, by the way. And so I guess my first question is, how many people received the letter? Like how many homeowners are within the 300-foot area?
It was around 36.
36, okay. And so I guess my question is, we get this letter and there's a meeting on the 26th, but I'm looking at the timeline that says the project is supposed to start the 20th. Is this the first letter that went to the residents? Because I didn't receive anything before this one.
It's just potential timelines. if we
Fair
do
enough.
it one way or another way, if we were to go through everything, right, that's just oh, it's just potential timelines. It's not set in stone or anything like that, just trying to put ideas of how it could work.
Okay, and that's
It's
fine.
aggressive.
I get that, been a project manager in my life and world, so,
Mhm.
but nonetheless, it's a potential timeline with a meeting with those 30-some, you said, that received this, and I mean, and it says here for questions and answers, but really no opportunity for us to weigh in to say, hey, great idea, bad idea, because the kids are going to enjoy it, the parents are going to enjoy it, the rest of the community is going to enjoy it. What about those that are, backing up to it, right? And I don't know the impact of what these lights are going to be. So maybe nothing, maybe something, but were there studies done? I'm hearing about a drone. Sounds like a great idea. If I can see the drone, what does that mean? If I can't see the drone, do I get reflections of lights? So there's 6 or 8 of us that back up here against Saxony Lane. So you can imagine their concerns, residents like myself, right? And again, I'm a supporter of this, but I don't see the interest in those that could potentially be impacted the most, right?
Sure. Yeah, and I'll default this to Andy. We talked during executive session, and some of the same questions came up as far as light pollution, what the I guess you call it the footprint of that. What's
Yeah, the
footprint of the light is
footprint
going
of
to
the
be? So Andy can give you a breakdown. One of the things that he said to us that we were impressed by was that this light wouldn't even make it to Oxford Valley Road. So that light pollution wouldn't make it there. There's deflectors that are installed. So a lot of the light pollution is really taken care of. They're LED lights versus your traditional incandescent or the other ones that
metal halide.
that's
yeah.
it. So it's a different light. So it's really, and he has some really neat diagrams to show you exactly how it is that this field's going to be illuminated and what the impact's going to be to Saxony. I don't think if it's going to make it to Oxford Valley, it most certainly isn't going to make it to Saxony. And I think the idea of the drone is if you come out, if we can get somebody on the 26th, or we'll give you notice the day that they're going to come out, they're going to have that drone flying around. And the idea is, hey, be at home, look for a drone. If you can't see it, you're not going to see the lights.
And that's a bonus, but what if you can see the drone? Then what? Right?
Well, then you can come back and say, hey, I'm going to see these lights, and
We'll
let's,
change the
and-
plan.
yeah.
Well, and I want to stress that, being able to see the lights doesn't mean that those lights are casting illuminance onto your property. You'd be able to see it at a distance, but it's not creating illuminance on your property.
And that's all good?
Yeah.
I'm just saying there's minimal communication about that, and particularly to that community of 36 residents that potentially could have.
Yeah. And if I could speak for Monica, Monica's come to me numerous times and made it a point to say, I want to be in open communication with these residents to make sure that they know exactly what's going on. So if the letter didn't really describe or satisfy what it is that you guys were looking for, I'm glad that we're having this open dialogue now, because now we can kind of start filling in some of those holes and kind of create a better communication bridge.
And communication's great, but if the timeline says, oh, we're going to have a meeting on the 26th and we have a tentative start date of the 20th, which goes what, 4 weeks, I think you said?
I'm not sure what the,
Was there
I
something?
would think we're not even there yet.
Yeah.
We're not even
Yeah.
close to that
And
point.
that's what I'm
Yeah.
learning tonight.
Yeah,
is
yeah, yeah,
that
sure.
Maybe we still have a yay or nay to go
Absolutely.
here.
Oh, you do,
Absolutely,
because
yeah.
there's been no contract awarded, there's been no scope yet decided, there's been no.
This is
there's no
very
bids
early.
been let for this, so we're still way down the road from doing that from, many perspectives.
When we
Mm-mm.
start.
No,
no, right, yeah, no, there wouldn't be a start date of,
no, there's no start.
I think
Oh,
the,
that means the discussion.
the
Like
discussion.
discussion started.
Okay.
yeah, so it might be the
I
improper
will use
verbiage.
better wording next time.
Yeah,
Okay, no,
Thank you.
that's
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Can we get but this is the only communication.
No, it's here. I see what you're saying. Yeah, yeah. So that's the discussion started on that date, and I will be sure to use better wording in the future.
Perfect. And this is the only communication thus far to the 36.
Yes, and then on that night, there will be lighting experts
Can
there.
there
There'll
be more than this that kind of highlight some of the fun facts that Andy was sharing?
Yeah, I mean, some of that we're still exploring ourselves, so some of it we
Okay.
learned after we sent the letter. But yes, I could add more facts in the future letters, for sure.
Perfect. All right,
Mhm.
very good. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for your comment. Any other public comment regarding KO lights? Okay, hearing none, we can move on to.
Oh, there's one
veterans.
public comment online.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot about the phone. There were so many friendly faces in the room. I forgot we're still.
And just to be clear, I'm going to change Project Start when I post this on the internet. too.
Thank you.
Yeah.
She is changing it as we speak. So just to make sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for.
I'm really sorry about that.
Yeah, exactly. If you're on the phone, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Sure. My name is Lori Gray. I'm at 895 Slate Hill Road. And I wanted to, first of all, thanks everyone for all the work that's going into the Kayla Light project. I only wish half of it had gone into the Makefield project. I want to just echo some of the things the gentleman that spoke before me said. I am not familiar with how drones work exactly. And while I think that's a great idea, I do caution on a flyby. A flyby is very different than having a light just permeating into your property. So planes fly by and they come and they go, but a light stays on for hours. And I also caution doing it in the summer when the trees are in full bloom, because those lights will not be on just in the summer. They will be on in other times of the year when the trees are not in full bloom. I know my property is I'm sure you remember, butts up to Makefield, and at different times of the year, you can almost read a newspaper on my patio. I know the lights are different now. I'm anxiously looking forward to getting improvements at Makefield in the lights. But I just wanted to just bring those things to point. And again, I think I'm hearing that you guys have learned, not you necessarily because you weren't on the board at the time, but from the past mistakes at Makefield, and of course that technology has come a long way since then. So I did just want to caution everyone to that. Having living with it, with it, 3/4 of the year, I do just want to make sure that people are aware of it. And I know we've mentioned before that you are going to ensure that this is neighborhood friendly. And I think it's great that you're allowing the residents that live right next to the property for some input. So thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any other public comment online?
No further public comment online.
Thank you so much. Okay, so 8-3, I believe, veterans. Go ahead.
Sorry, the transitions are so slow. All right. So I'm going to go over both ADA accessibility projects at the same time on the same slide, if that's okay with you. Veterans Square, we've done very little on either one of these projects, but Veterans Square, we did meet with Veterans Square Foundation last week on site. They had a plan in the past that was approved by the board. When we were looking at what would be required for the ADA transition, we recognize that that plan might not still be adequate and that there may need to be some changes to that plan. So right now, they feel comfortable with that idea. They understand that that might have to change and that we'll have to bring that back to the board in the future, but they do have a long-term plan, which I'll bring back to you. We did do some survey, and when I say we, I mean Andy. Andy has done some survey field work and he completed it, and we're waiting on a survey plan. And RVE is to design a concept plan with comments from the foundation and recommendations from the ADA transition plan. So those two things are being considered in a new concept plan for that site, and we plan to bring that back to you soon. Memorial Park, Remington Vernick is scheduling soil tests for the foundation of the shade structures, and Disability Advisory Board recommended some specific shade structures that we look at reviewing sometime near future as we move forward with the project. So that's all I have for those two projects. I don't know if you have any questions.
Do any supervisors have questions regarding Veterans Square?
Yeah, on the Veterans Square, the Disability Advisory Board, have they had a chance to review the ADA?
Yes.
They have, okay.
Go ahead. Oh, yeah, please.
Similar question to before. These are a little bit different in terms of the goals, right? Dollar values, if Veteran Square was about, correct me if I misspeak here, about 100,000 for Veteran Square work,
It was 100,000 for the playground. I think it was 60,000 for the ADA.
the ADA specific.
Yeah, yeah. Mhm.
Have we identified any grants that possibly could cover that, whether it's veterans related, park and rec related, or ADA related?
But the answers are still the same. Most park and rec related grants are around that March timeframe. So I could look at more veterans related. I haven't looked into that myself. I don't know if Andy has any experience with that.
We have a grant team that we can, I can reach out to them and find out what's available, when it would be, when the open period for those grants are.
Yeah, I'd love it if they had, like, if they kept their own little database of grants and timelines and what they apply to, and just go for it. But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
These are adding up. When we talk about, and this kind of covers the rest of them too, I guess, but when we talk about the cost estimates, are those construction and materials cost estimates, or those include the design costs? Like, when we talk about the $60,000, is that for everything, including your work, or is that?
No, I believe that's construction cost estimate.
Okay. Do we have, what are design, and these are obviously outside of your normal scope, so of attending meetings and doing design reviews, so these are additional costs. So do we have estimates for, I don't think we've heard any design estimate costs.
We're in the process of providing the estimates for all of the Parks and Rec stuff.
Let's do an example.
For design estimates.
So for the Kayla lights, right, you're out there, we're planning, I don't think you've done it yet, but planning to do the geotechnical analysis, right? So to look at potential foundation designs.
Correct.
Cost associated with getting a rig out there doing your, right? And
Yes.
having someone out there doing blow counts or whatever you're doing.
Right.
Do we, how, we said, hey, let's put some money towards this for construction and materials, but I'm not aware of any of the costs it'll take for that upfront work, call it survey work, planning work versus the engineering design. And then the only estimates we've heard are related to actual materials, construction, turning a light on kind of thing. So I would, when we do our estimates, I'd very much like to hear, 'cause this is my line of work, I'd very much like to hear what the upfront planning, engineering, permitting, whatever it may be, that whole package, what that is in addition to all these other items that we're talking about.
Yeah, we're in the process of providing that.
Appreciate it.
Any other supervisor comments? Any public comment regarding Veteran Square? Anybody on the phone? Okay, hearing none. Memorial Park.
Memorial Park was on there.
Part of it? Okay. And the next up is the Snipes Tract.
Yes. So for the Snipes Tract, I have a little bit of a timeline history lesson too that I'll kind of go through. I'm not going to really spend a ton of time on the history, but this will be available for residents to see some of the history behind Snipes Tract and how it is. Understanding that we're now using a new Play for All model. Initially, Snipes Tract was purchased in 2000 with the target of being developed for extra recreational field space. So you're going to see some things that are not current, but I just want to show you what it's been through along the line, okay? This is what Snipes Tract looked like from an aerial view when we purchased the property. So just wanted to kind of give you an idea of what that was. So you've seen the Snipes Tract went through a whole planning process, 2004, 2005. There was an adopted Snipes site plan, Snipes Plan C, which you'll see soon. There was a lot that went through. There was actually a fire station plan there at one point, 9 fields. You could see how significant, I actually look at this and see a mini Mac when I take a look at it, but this is what the original plan was that was voted on and was going to move forward at one time. So we're looking all the way back in early 2000, these are things. Then there were some alternative plans along the way. There were up to 10 soccer fields, the inclusion of a playground and a skate park. The fire hall was taken out, it went back and forth. So just to let you know, so this is how it evolved. Firehouse came out of bottom right, 10 fields were added, a playground and a skate park. So just to I don't want to spend all night giving you the whole history, but I do want to kind of show you the key highlights, right? So, and then 10 years later, this is what Snipe Track looked like from above. So there was a 5-year plan, which I found and I added to our website after looking back at this history. 5-year plan generated for the Parks and Recreation. So it's a park and recreation plan that was 2009 to 2015. Snipes Track was budgeted for and discussed at the Board of Supervisor and Park and Recreation level. It changed. It was going to be 3 large athletic fields, 1 mid-size athletic field, 1 loop road, concession stands, restroom buildings, main access entry off of Dolington Road, and a future skate park. So now the skate park had been removed and it was going to be considered for the future. And that's what this looked like right here. And it was the addition of stormwater management for those who are interested in stormwater management. That wasn't involved in the first 2 plans. So there were more sketch plans created 2016, 2017, started getting serious again about Snipes Track and moving forward with it into 2017. There were public meetings, there were all kinds of meetings, engineering, site, land management, stormwater management reports, mid-size field was moved, shifted the location of the concession and restroom. So this has been through the ringer over the years. I just wanted to bring it up. So moving into 2016, more studies, more planning, preliminary land development. There's a link on here. So when it gets on the website, you can see that, but it is already on our website. You kind of see some of the history moving into 2017. The Zoning and Hearing Board issued findings of fact, conclusions of law and decision, approved the request of variances. The Snipes Track project was discussed for a second time during the Planning Commission meeting, and concerns from citizens and comments of the advisory board. The meeting, it looks like it got exciting, and then it was continued to the next meeting too. So all comments and concerns were taken into consideration for the planning. They conducted more testing, as you can see. They increased the size of 2 of the trenches. They increased the buffer, added 129 trees to the plan, added a berm. So that's what was updated at that time. So that's what this looks like right here. The project was in discussion for a 3rd time at the Planning Commission meeting, and a motion to approve the project with some recommendations were passed. In 2017, there were a number of documents, as I mentioned, as we were going through. All of these are linkable on our website under the planning part of the Park and Recreation page. So you can see that there's this whole Snipes section. So moving into 2018, there were a couple new concepts. Layout alternatives were created. Public notice, or this is a big one. The public notice ordinance was updated. And there's a link on this. When I posted it, you'll be able to click and see the ordinance. It's 1,000 feet notification. So that was done. A balloon test was done, also available on the website that you can see. And then the engineer completed a new concept plan. This is when 2 conceptual plans were provided. I'm proposing, this can be discussed tonight, but that these would be used, understanding that these are not play for all model, but as a discussion starter at a workshop, along with a couple other images. They also included ground level renderings from streets and inside the park. In 2018, the project was delayed due to funding. And then now we're moving into what a future projected timeline. So if we were to start today, this is what a future project, understanding, you know, we're not necessarily there, but we would start today, this is what a timeline would look like. End of August, we would schedule a public workshop. What that workshop would look like is there would be 3 1-hour for residents only time slots. That would be a hands-on pre-registration workshop times. We could fit 80 to 100 people in those workshops. They would be individual set up in different groups, and we would be working through projects together. The goals would be to incorporate the Play for All concept on this next tract, include a mix of active, passive recreation facilities, fields, trails, socializing play areas, and connections to nature as recommended in the Play for All plan. Provide an opportunity for residents to problem solve and work together and be creative. All ideas and feedback would be welcome at that time. Continuing from that, discussion items would be key amenities, engineering features, and different renderings. You would be able to draw right on the renderings as a group, come up with ideas, understanding that there are engineering concerns that we'd have to be able to address, but in a perfect world in Disneyland, how would you like it to look? And I don't really necessarily mean Disneyland because we're not building Disneyland. I want to be clear about that, right? We don't want to go the wrong way here. Note that if we register all 3 sessions at 100 people per session, and there are still people who want to participate and are unable to participate in those sessions, we would have a secondary workshop that would be more of an open house style, in and out, few hours of time to come in and out. Marketing for the project will follow the Parks and Recreation marketing and outreach protocol. Then in August 2022, we would complete. Now, there has been a tree survey done by Remington Burnick back, was it 2018, Andy? Okay, it was a site count of the trees, not outlining what specific trees are out there. So it would be my recommendation that we communicate with the Natural Lands or Morris Arboretum to come out and identify trees on the site so we can really see what we're dealing with. We would present the feedback from all the community outreach and whatever studies we've done at that time to the park board and present new updated design concept. And I missed in there that based on all the feedback from the residents, then we would ask Remington Burnick to create a new updated site plan to bring to the public. Say late October, we'd look at another secondary public workshop to discuss the new updated plans and to gain further feedback from the residents. So now this would be the second public workshop if it's not the third. And in the end, so that's the end of all the timeline. I got ahead of myself. And this is what Snipes Track looks from above in 2022 now. So that is what I have for you today. If anybody has any questions, wants to look at any other slides or go back to anything, I'd be glad.
Thank you. Yes, I will open it to supervisor requests. Anybody want to chime in? Supervisor Weiss?
Yes, Monica, just the 2 concept plans from 2018, has the public been able to see them yet?
They have not. My thought would be, I mean, this is all up to you. If you want to open them beforehand, we can. My initial thought is I'd like to see first reactions. It'd be great to bring them and get true, real reactions and have discussion at that time. If the supervisors don't agree with that process, I'm glad to. I mean, like I said, they don't necessarily fully incorporate the Play for All plan. So I'm up to doing it however you like. The format would still stay the same. We would just do it differently. It's up to you.
Well, it doesn't really matter to me. I mean, if you feel like we should just start with a clean slate and the board agrees, we can start with a clean slate.
Mm-hmm.
But
I mean, we could have Andy, if you're interested, we can maybe ask Andy to draw a new concept with Play for All in mind, a couple new ones.
I know that in 2018, 2 of our supervisors spent a lot of time developing these concept plans. And in fairness to them, I mean, unless they change their mind, would probably be to me, it'd be a good starting point for conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Since, you know, I think we should let the residents understand that what was approved by the board in 2017 is off the table. So, you know, going forward, at least we have these 2 concept plans that were developed by the supervisors in 2018. At least they, you know, unless my colleagues say no, as a starting point.
Mm-hmm.
Go from there. Otherwise, we can go clean slates. It's okay with me.
Can I get opinion of the two supervisors that took? Sure. So Dan, you were one of them, or Suzanne?
I'm a little confused about what Monica just said, but I certainly think that people should be allowed to see those plans. If what you said, Monica, was like, you wanted to have people in the room and then say, ta-da, I guess that could work, but by no means do I think we need to stay hidden. So happy to share them, however makes the most sense.
Thank you. Dan?
Sure. So I was the other supervisor that worked on those with Andy at the time. I would echo what Supervisor Weiss said about the 2017 plans being completely off the table. This is my line of work. They were terrible plans done by an engineer that we don't work with anymore for many, many reasons, and we're in litigation with. That should say it all right there. I'd probably take an even further step back, and sorry if there's an echo. I'm too close. And before we start looking at concept plans for anything at Snipes, I spent a lot of time going by there. I think we should really take a step back and do a more holistic approach to our park and rec fields analysis. And I think one of the other key items that came out of Play for All and probably the Bucks County Planning Commission plan, and honestly, I'll give Supervisor McCartney credit for putting this bug in my ear through many conversations, is I think really take a step back and look at Makefield and look at how we can better utilize Makefield before we start designing and planning and spending money on Snipes. Because I think based on some of the concepts that came out of not only those two, I'll call them plans, the word plan to me is more of a drawing and engineering thing, so I little p plan. I would like to look at Makefield and how we might be able to better maximize Makefield for a lower cost to the township, and really start to look at how we might be able to provide for leagues. Makefield right now is strictly for leagues. There's a small playground there. I've take my kids there every now and again. Most people know I'm a runner. I've been chased off the fields running through Makefield by members of the league, even as a member of the Board of Supervisors. And it blows my mind that I can't even run in a public park that my taxes pay for. It just absolutely blows my mind. So I think we take a step back, look to see what we can do at Makefield to get better field utilization, potentially even, the leagues themselves have said, hey, how about another turf field at Makefield? Maybe we look at that. Maybe we look at, YMS has their turf field there now. We do another turf field at Mac. Maybe that opens it up to allow for many more fields to be used by other leagues that currently don't have access. And that's really what we are trying to do, is provide youth sports access to fields. That's the number one goal. It's not just to build more fields, right? And, YMS has come out, and, one of the things that concerns me is that when we go and have conversations with certain league officials at Makefield, the conversation is, when we talk about who's using what field and what their plans are, and when they start giving us concepts like, we'll give you back these fields and we'll use these ones and we'll give you this. Like, time out. We got to reset that conversation. These are township fields. These are not owned by these private youth sports leagues that do provide us a service, but we're highly subsidizing these leagues. So I think we do need to look at MAC. YMS, to their credit, has recently purchased for probably all in over $1 million on their indoor facility for year-round soccer. That's good for them. It's not in the township, but it's good for them because they want to promote their league. They want to expand their league. They want their elite teams, or however they refer to them, so they can go play around the country. That's awesome. But the township isn't there to just completely subsidize a private league like that. Sure. Sorry. So basically, my thought is, before we even look at Snipes, we work on Makefield, we maximize our use of Makefield, and then if we do need Snipes for something else, I've Monica, you and I have spoken, Ann and I have spoken about the Play for All and what the really top 4 or 5 requests are for park and rec facilities, and they're primarily passive recreation, walking trails, nature, I'll call it nature-based items that, ball fields, that's not it. We're not here to build a sports complex strictly for leagues. We're here to build community facilities. And, Snipes right now, honestly, like I said, I go by there all the time. I don't love how it looks. I think we could use it as a more nature-based park, having a chain link fence around a park on a nice corner with a, paved access road to basically nowhere isn't the best use of the property. Doesn't mean it has to be built up with lights and fields and, whatever else needs to look pretty there. But I think it could be better utilized. It's what, a 35+ acre track-ish, plus or minus?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we could do some neat stuff there, but if we do it, it has to be done the right way. I think I have concepts going through my head because I do this stuff where maybe we could do something there. But when it comes to fields themselves and field usage, I think we focus at MAC. We focus at, I shouldn't just say MAC. I think, I'm looking at ball fields on my computer screen because that's what we're talking about, Kayla lights. I think we look at holistically, and I know you do this, at all of our ball fields to see how we can manage that. And then once we figure out how to best manage that, then we can go back to Snipes and provide different amenities. I'll throw it out there because you and I talk about this sometimes on the side because we both have a track background, right? One concept that folks have brought up to me, which is kind of amazing to me, given what it is, like Snipes with the 3-4 fields 5 years ago was a $5 million project. If you include the roadway improvements that had to be included, that was a $5 million project 5 years ago. So it's going to be more than that now. We know that. I will. Oh man, that's proud. So I know. So one concept might be, you make it a nature-based park with trails and everything, but I'm constantly getting questions, why doesn't this town have a track? The only track we have in town is at the middle school, and it's basically the same surface as the towpath, which is not great. So why don't we do a 6-lane track like you might get at a high school or something? And when you do that, by nature of having a track, you get a field in the middle that can be used for youth sports. You can split it in half and do all kind. When I played youth football, surprisingly, I played youth football. We used to have our whole league would practice there every couple nights a week, and then on the weekend that's where we'd have our games, and that was fine. And there's a town the same size as Lower Make, but then you could fill in around that with trees and other nature-based things, and I think that type of concept is what people are asking for versus 4 fields with 80-foot lights. So I think the plans that we looked at 5 years ago or so, Andy, I would throw those out. I would go back and look at MAC, and then once we do that evaluation, look at Snipes in a very different way than it has in the past, than we have in the past, and focus on other uses, mixed uses, but other uses at Snipes that are more within the realm of what people have been truly asking for with our various surveys. And if we do that, I think, that the neighborhood would be much better, much happier about it. I think we'd be checking a lot of boxes for what people are actually wanting in the town. And at the same time, if it forces us to see what we can do at MAC, then I think everyone will be better off for it, including the leagues. That's just my 2 cents for now.
Thank you, Dan. So just to reiterate, you wouldn't be interested in releasing those plans to the public from the two prior concept plans?
I don't think they're applicable anymore.
Okay. That's just an opinion there. Suzanne, I think you had said that you would rather.
They should absolutely be released, even if Dan's right, that we may go in a different direction. I think that the community has a right to see them. The only reason they never saw them before is because we found out that the town had no money. So I almost feel, So I think that however Monica thinks it's best to share them, that's what we should do.
I think kind of, can I just
Sure, yeah.
group a little bit?
Yeah.
What I'm hearing is, with Suzanne saying we should share and Dan starting from scratch, maybe we should share them and then start from scratch in our community workshop. I mean, we could do that too.
My concern, and I hear what you're saying.
I do think that they may, they could be taken some kind of way.
Well, my concern is that this is such a, I'll lean forward, sorry. This is such a heated issue that if we put a plan that includes, what do we have in there, Andy? 3 fields?
4.
4?
3 fields and a half field.
3.5?
Yeah.
But this was more, very different concept than what was there before in terms of providing more of a park-like setting, not nearly, still very much ball fields oriented, but included trails and other things. My concern is that, excuse me, if we put that type of plan out there, because it is such a heated issue, because it does differ so much from what Play for All and other things say, people are either going to jump all over or to have a completely closed mind going in, and it's going to make it that much more difficult to get feedback for what people actually want. And I run a lot of design charrettes and stuff like that, so I get, if you were to go in with that concept, I think you'd probably have to have 2 or 3 more ready to go right along with it, so that people could look at what something else might look like. Going in blank slate versus that one, I don't think we'd have the best outcomes. Even best intentions, maybe, best outcomes, probably not.
Okay.
It's been my experience with doing that type of work.
John, did you want to add something?
Yeah, as it relates to the prior plans, they may be right to knowable, in which case they're definitely available to people. And I think we probably have given them in right to know request recently, I would think.
Indeed.
Yeah, so,
But they're out there anyway.
yeah.
Okay.
But going back to Supervisor Grenier's initial point, I think many of us are like, knowing what we know now, changes in saldo and that we've had for 5 years means it gives us a fresh start. And I agree with Supervisor Grenier about first figuring out exactly, do we need fields? And if so, how many? And then where can they go? So one of the things that you did early on was you opened up Memorial Park for practice fields. At the time, I'll be honest with you, I was a little reticent to do that. And I realized I was 100% wrong, right, on that's worked out relatively well. So if we had a serious sort of utilization study that said, okay, here's how many players we have in each of the leagues, right, for the last 5 years. And then we can start to make projections, because I'm gonna tell you now, different sports are up and down. COVID's changed. We're getting older in Lower Makefield. Who knows? Cricket might be huge. I joke about that, but there are people interested in different sports, or rugby or what have you. And track is definitely one. We may find that on the traditional fields, we either have enough or we're slightly off, maybe 1, maybe 2, and there may be lower cost ways to get that 1, maybe 2, or reorganize and think about that, how we would do Snipes differently. Second, I want to say for everybody, I'm open to fields at Snipes. I'm not a no on that. But before, I just don't know how many. And if we have a situation where it might be 1 or maybe 2, what have you, that frees up a lot of design flexibility for Andy's team on that. And the design charrettes, which, by the way, I think this is online. I think we want a lot of public comment, a lot of interaction. If we have those over a series of time and we say, okay, here's what we think we need from a fields perspective. And then here's what we learned for Play for All about the intensity and passion and the ranking for passive recreation. And I think some of that has to deal with, we're still sorting through how post-COVID works in terms of how people are doing different things, what have you, which was fascinating. This will make that design process a better process. I think that maybe we could get to a situation where people might say, you know what, it's frustrating. I never wanted anything done to that property, but gosh, this is really nice. I walk through it all the time. And yeah, there's a field there or 2, but it's not the end of the world, right? So 5 years after it's built, we're all like, hey, this is great. People got what they wanted. And also 2, I don't want a situation where we build something and 3 years later, well, we need more fields. Right? So that's why we need to really get a good utilization study so we know, and then that empowers a much more robust design that then we can go for grants. What you told me, March is the deadlines for next year for grants?
I mean, subject to,
Yeah.
the funding agencies
Yeah.
set the schedule usually, but yeah, the money comes out generally in January and then.
Yeah. So what's exciting about that is we could have something that could be shovel ready for grants next year that people are comfortable with, that may address things like, I know we have a stormwater management issue in that area. With more flexibility, I know that the 2018 design was much better in terms of efficiency, but it could be even better, right? By the way, both designs I think are better than the status quo for those wondering on that issue. So in my mind, I would be, if we start with how many fields do we really need? And I don't know the answer. If you said, I can prove to you it's 1, 2, 3, I'm sure I'm up for that. Once we know that, then we can say, Andy, RBE, come up with a concept or a couple concepts that encompass that play for all. And then people have something to talk about in design charrettes where they can say, hey, you know what? I like this, I don't like this, or how have you thought about how traffic's going to work? And then people will have a better understanding and feel more comfortable with it. And it will increase the likelihood that we'll be able to get the project done in a way that the scope and the funding and the outcome matches what people want, and position us for a longer period of time. So that's kind of where I'm at. And so it's hopefully we can get some of that working.
It sounds like a
John, just so as part of CAPRA, we had to do what was called a level of service. So it compares our size township compared to other municipalities all across the country. We have that and the 2018 recreation athletic field needs assessment that we did. Now that was pre-COVID. I don't know if that we would want to do something like that ahead of this. We could.
So along those lines, we've had some demographic changes as well as because we got the 2020 census. I said to Ann, I said, well, you get the 2020 numbers now, and that'll give you guidelines. And also, we've had changes in popularity of sports. Those go up and down. People tell me soccer is popular. I don't know. I've always told people it's European. I'm against it. I'm kidding. But the premise is these go up and down. And if we know, hey, we need more baseball fields, we need less baseball fields, could we reposition a baseball field or could we do X? And that's where I think we need to be because we just don't have that data now.
Thanks. Yeah, if you want to add something.
Yeah, well, so if we're not going to use the 2018 concept plans, I guess we're going with a clean slate. So if that happens, then we go back to play for all and we make our master plan a little more concrete. So if I'm listening to my colleagues, we need to have a master plan for Makefield. And if we need more fields or less fields, the board needs to know that so we can appropriate dollars.
So could I interrupt you, Fred?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long time since I coached a sport in Upper Makefield. I coached in Upper Makefield as well as Lower Makefield. So either statement is true. But Mac is overpopulated. There can be no doubt in anyone's mind. Go there in the fall, go there in the spring, and watch the cars. And without being overly dramatic, it's so dangerous that I feel it's disingenuous to say that we're not sure if we're using it effectively. I think John makes a good point that maybe we need some more clarity on how much we need. I also think that if we needed 9, I'm just making that number up, they wouldn't fit at Snipes. So, I don't know how detailed we have to get in to decide if it's more than 2 or more than 3. Again, without those plans have to be made public because at this point it almost sounds like we're trying to hide something, and that's certainly not the message I once sent. What I once sent is that, we believe parks are important. We believe that we need an appropriate mix of parks, and that snipes for quite some time, because certainly when I built my home in Lower Makefield, so having lived here for a number of years, Mike and I then built a home. We were aware that Snipes was eventually going to be a recreational facility. So Monica's timeline, makes that abundantly clear. And I'd like us to keep moving forward, not per se to get to 4 fields, 5 fields, 3 fields, 3.5 fields, but so that we can continue gaining insight and having information so that when grants become available, we are shovel ready, as John said. So.
Thank you, Suzanne.
No, and I totally agree, Suzanne. The fact is, though, that if we have a master plan, how we prioritize implementing that plan will be the key. So if we know how we're going to change Macclesfield, will impact how we develop Snipes.
Chicken
So,
or the egg, huh?
or add in other areas. We're grasping at straws right now because Play for All only gives us this much. So we're going to have to do a little more deeper dive. And then, we've had this discussion before. We're going to have to prioritize where we have to start somewhere. But we need a master plan. And once we have that master plan, we'll implement it according to priorities.
So just to be clear, you're talking about a Macclesfield Park master, because we have a master plan for the parks through Play for All, but it recommends a master plan for Macclesfield Park. Are you saying start with Macclesfield Park? Is that what you're saying?
Well, since that's our biggest recreational facility, and we know changes have to be made because it's inadequate for, as a physical plan, it's inadequate. We've already had that discussion in Park and Rec meetings. I mean, that's the take back I've gotten from Play for All is that Macclesfield needs, significant renovation. So if what we're going to do at Macclesfield is going to impact every other part of our system. And I'm saying, I have no problem with that. But I don't want to do something at Macclesfield and then finding I have inadequate areas someplace else. It's Snipes, Patterson Farm, Memorial Park, wherever. If we're going to take away from Macclesfield, we're going to have to add someplace else. Whether it's even the school district, and we've already addressed those issues because, we've already done that. From what I'm hearing from my colleagues is that we really don't know where to start. We've past boards made decisions that no longer apply. What we do now, even with proper funding, needs to be appropriate. It needs to be done right so that we don't make big mistakes.
Right.
We only get one chance to do this.
And just to piggyback on that, and this kind of puts you in a situation from a logistical standpoint. I feel like we're going back to the same problem, but we're not getting the right data. From your position, have you considered putting limits on the number of organized sports at each park?
Well, that would probably be all part of the study. So as Play for All, I've talked at this ad nauseum with Ann as we were doing this, so I can talk Mac or Snipes or however you want to do it, one way or another. Both projects are important in their own way and need consideration in their own way. Macclesfield Park, the parking is atrocious. There's not enough bathrooms. And that's all clear to us. But a full study really needs to be done to see what would be the most appropriate plan going forward. And then we would have to, from there, decide how are we going to implement that plan. And Snipes could be affected by how that outcome, whatever that
Sure,
outcome
but
is.
as far as setting,
Likely, we would have to take away fields to fix.
yeah, and as far as like setting limits, I mean, I think that if the priority is also to say, okay, whether it's soccer, baseball, football, this is what you're allotted based on what our current capacity is, or what we're willing to do at a combination of these two things. Obviously putting the priority on LMT residents that are going to benefit from all of these parks. I think if you have a true number of, you set the number, because if you're getting the number from the leagues, we know that that's kind of just expansive and it takes a life of its own. So if you set the number to those leagues and say, this is what the township can offer you based on what facilities we have, I think that that's an easier way for you to start from this number rather than, doing a demographic study to say, what do you have, or what your anticipated numbers are going to be in 3, 5, 10 years. You're basically saying, this is what we have to offer. This is the pond.
Mhm.
This is how many fish you can put in it based on what you're allotted. And that way other non-organized sports can also take advantage of, and also consider those numbers as well.
It's definitely all could be considered as part of the study.
Yeah.
And just to let you know, I did look into how much a study would cost. So I want to let you know that around $90,000 is what we're looking at for a full study, as
90?
proposed,
90.
90.
Well, I'd rather spend $90,000 and get it right than spend $5 million and get it wrong.
Mhm.
True.
So
James, to your point about the fish in the pond, I think. Sometimes when you set the limit, that forces some, I'm talking, I feel like I'm talking economics here, but when you set a limit, it forces the folks that want to do more than that limit to be creative
Mhm.
and go find solutions that we're not giving them per se. But I know I don't mean to pick on YMS, but to their credit, they do have, the little kids play at Edgewood, I think, right, on the weekends here and there. They do have their indoor facility now, and that's because they're going to look for other options. They're being smart about it because they want their league to grow and maintain itself. So I think if we do set a limit, rather than saying, and I'm not saying you're doing this, don't get me wrong, when they say, hey, we need X, and we say, okay, well, we got to go spend this much, and everyone clicks their heels and goes to do it, that's just not how it is going to work anymore, I don't think. So we have to Supervisor McCartney's point, we got to say, here's our upper limit. After that, we'll do what we can to help you, but you got to get creative, and that means school district. Yeah, we always talk about the school district. I know there's some schools that they often use, other schools that they don't. It surprises me because I go to those, but with my kids, I go and ride our bikes or go on the swing sets or whatever, and wide open flat fields that aren't being used. Sometimes I'll see some beer league softball teams playing, but that's rare. So there may be opportunities where, whether it's the leagues go to the school districts or if there's anything we can do to help grease the skids for them to have better opportunities with the school district, we could do that. But I think, again, not to belabor the issue, but I think it is important that we take a holistic view, as Dr. Weiss was saying, about our fields and what our use capacity is versus, and Play for All mentioned working with the school district more. I think that's key. There's a lot of possibilities there. And I think hopefully the school board is open to it. And
they are, and they've already said they are.
Yeah, no, and we can help with that. And we obviously know those folks. They're our neighbors too. So it's just trying to see how we can do that. And then after that, seeing, we have the one that always is interesting to me is that one long strip at Memorial Park. It's a little sloped, but it's just mowed right now, and it looks like two fields just waiting to happen. If you just do a little grading and terrace them, they have two little kids practice fields, not something with lights and that's super loud, but all of a sudden you have two fields right there, and that could be really, really nice and simple. But these are, I'm spitballing ideas just based on driving around town and looking at stuff. That's all. So anyway, I think we're mostly on the same page in terms of how to look at things, and I think we could come up with some pretty neat ideas. And once we get to that point, we can look at other ideas to utilize Snipes and other parks in a more, I use the word holistic too much in this case, but holistic fashion where you know, Memorial Park is one of those parks that can't go anywhere over there without getting a sunburn, it seems like. So we're always looking at how to get shade there. So we could also make that a more natural park in certain areas, but still use, potentially get in a couple of small little kid fields or something like that.
You know, we lost a field. I'm sorry. I thought you were done, Dan.
No, go ahead. I'm done. But so anyway, that's it. for
Yeah,
me.
no, and to build upon that, you know, one thing I've learned on this 4.5 years that I've sat in this, one of these chairs, that it doesn't pay to be stingy on getting the right answers. So if it costs $90,000 to get the right answers, let's spend it. And then come up with a product that we can be proud of. Not everybody's going to like it, but it's going to be what works.
I think the consensus of the board, and if I'm misspeaking here, so I think that your vision here is maybe to go back to MAC and then also maybe integrate at the same time, maybe, you know, consult with the Parks and Rec Board and tell them that this is what the plan is this is what the BOS is looking for, is some kind of master plan comprehensive that includes the existing usage of MAC with consideration for limits of organized leagues on those fields. You know, offering how much we can offer those organized leagues, and then see how much of that then needs to spill over to, if any, to a different location, and whether that location is a township-owned asset or a school-owned asset or a county-owned asset. That's kind of what we're trying to figure out, what the next step would be with that.
So just to be clear, James, because I've heard a few different things.
Sure.
That edict would be to limit that analysis to Lower Makefield residents.
Yeah, I think that's really what, I mean, that's who we serve, right? So I think that's really who we should be focused on during this study, right?
I honestly don't know. But I just want to make sure that I'm following at least what we're committing to. And there's a belief on the board that it's possible that if we do this study, we could learn that by moving things around at MAC, we could appropriately allow for soccer, football, baseball, lacrosse, cricket, rugby. I'll just name those. No disrespect meant to any sport I left out, but I just want to make sure I'm following along.
Well, I think it's a combination. I mean, I think it's a combination of all those things. So you're basically looking at the needs assessment at MAC. At the same time, you're looking at the limitation or maybe looking at what we can offer organized sports on the existing infrastructure, and then seeing whether or not there's opportunity to add to that or to substitute that through other ways, whether it's through the school district or whether it's through the county, or if there is a partial part of Snipes during the development that also becomes integrated in that, but also having that be a combination of not just one thing. I think the consensus of the board is that Snipes is not going to be exclusively for sports, for organized sports. I think we all feel that way. So I think
it never was. I mean, the concept that it has been exclusively for sports, you know, I don't know who beats that drum, but I mean, I've heard it referred to as a mega sports complex, but having been on the board, you know, and having been a part of those discussions for years, I don't know who coined that phrase, but they should go into marketing because they can really, you know, come up with terms that help divide. I've never heard, you know, never seen a mega sports complex there. So.
Yeah, sure.
I think you were at the only, everything you said, I'll say that. The only, and I think you were, maybe I didn't hear it, but the only other thing I would add to any of that is as we go through and look at MAC usage and school district lands and Memorial Park, whatever, both that Kayla and all that, just there may be, whether it's reorganizing MAC or whatever it is. I mean, I'm open to listening to concepts. You know, I mentioned adding one turf field. What does that do? Or something like that concept. What does that do to MAC usage? Because we, you know, when I was first on the board, I was approached by a couple leagues about putting another turf field on because that's, you know, not I can't quote them as saying that's all they need, but they thought that would be a major pressure release valve for some of their usage. I don't know, and what that means compared to the indoor facility now that's year round. I don't know how that's changed in the last 5 years. So I would include that in the analysis and the discussion to see how we can make this that much better.
Would you be able to maybe come back to us and say, hey, I want to present, this is the data that I want to give to this, whoever this consultant is for the analysis. And these are the, I guess these are the data points that they want included in this analysis?
Sure, we could develop what an RFP would look like.
Okay.
And then I could develop what a timeline would look like for all of that too. I'd be glad to bring that back to you. I will not be at the August 3rd meeting, but I will be at the following
Yeah, you
meeting.
said that, yeah.
And I could bring that to you then.
That'd be great.
As we go through this whole process, right, this is not an inexpensive endeavor. Not the 90K isn't blow your mind money, but ultimately if we build something that is, anything we do will likely be fairly expensive.
Mm.
So as we go through that process, one of the things I keep mentioning is the word plan, but when I talk about plan, I'm talking about plan for spending the SOAR proceeds. So I would like to see where all that fits in the overall budget of the township, whether that's how we're going to pay for it relative to everything else that we're doing, rather than one-offs or small pockets of stuff, just so we get, might sound like the best thing ever, but if we also hear from a public works director or something that, hey, we got $10 million of roads and culverts falling apart that we have to deal with, or you can't drive anywhere, or something really bad's going to happen, we need to know that too, so that we can.
Luckily, we have different pots of money, but you're right. You're absolutely right.
No, absolutely. I agree with you, but for me, I need to see that, the big board and what we're looking at. And I'm looking at you just to look out in the crowd, but it's, I think that's one of my big concerns is
Yeah.
this versus something else.
Fair
Is it
enough. Any other?
Is it
I'm sorry.
possible having a problem with the TV feed?
Not that I know of. Why, are you having an issue at home, or are you getting comments?
I'm getting comments that it may not be broadcasting on TV.
I'm getting a thumbs up from my producer back there. Oh, now it's an echo. Red light is on. Hello.
Okay, as long as
I
it's
think the
working.
red light is on and it says we're on the air, so.
I think we're on YouTube. I don't know if we're on Comcast and Verizon,
Okay.
but I could be wrong.
All right, thanks for that. Any other supervisor comments regarding the Snipes tract and the direction that the board is asking Monica to move in? Excellent. If hearing none, I will open it up to a public comment, because I think somebody wants to make a public comment. Absolutely. Do you want to just come up and say your name and address for the record, please?
Hi, my name is Beth Cawley. I live on James Court in Yardley. My concern is with regard to the Play for All and the Snipes, et cetera, is related to the validity of the survey and the accuracy of it. I'd like to read into the record an email obtained from a Right to Know from Ginger Zielinski, providing coaching tips to YMS friends on how to fill out the survey. This was dated January 26, 2022. Recreation League Fall 2021. Hello, YMS friends. First, thanks to everyone who took the time to fill out the LMT Parks and Recreation Community Needs Assessment Survey. Second, for those who have not, now is the time. LMT launched the survey to better understand community preferences regarding our parks and recreation facilities. This is a great chance for the YMS community to advocate for fields. Attached at the bottom of this email, please find a tip sheet that outlines YMS priorities and quick tips to help fill the survey out. The survey only takes 5 minutes, is our chance to be heard. Here is the link to the survey. Please review the tip sheet and take the survey before 1/31/22. Please note everyone in your household is encouraged to fill out the survey, and everyone that uses Lower Makefield Parks is encouraged to share your opinion. Third, LMT Parks and Recs is holding an informational meeting on Thursday, February 3rd, a hybrid meeting to review survey findings and next steps. Please let me know if you're interested in attending and show some YMS community spirits. Thanks all, Ginger Zielinski. You are receiving this message because you are a member of the Recreation League Fall 2021 Club. Then she sends a sheet, Lower Makefield Township Public Opinion Survey, YMS tip sheet. Good news, Lower Makefield has launched a public opinion survey to understand community preferences regarding our parks and recreation facilities. This is a great chance for the YMS community to advocate for better fields. Background, YMS continually advocates field improvements and access to more fields for our growing club. At present, YMS has two main field-related priorities. Field improvements, YMS seeks approval from the township to build a second soccer turf field at Mackles to accommodate the more than 2,000 youth soccer players in our league. More fields, YMS would like Lower Makefield to develop the Snipes Tract as a multi-use field complex to meet the ever-increasing field demands of all vibrant sports programs in our community. Now is our chance to be heard. Next steps, the link to the survey, please fill it out. Best time, it only takes 5 minutes. Tips for you. Here are some helpful tips to align the YMS priorities if you choose. For example, Section 2, if you believe more athletic facilities are needed for the township, you should rank the more athletic facilities option first. Section 3, under Parks and Recreation, if you feel your family does or will use Mackles Field for soccer in the future, you should be sure to click the Mackles Field box. Section 3, under Activities, if you had watched sports on township property, be sure to check the box that indicates you have. Section 3, under Activities, if you or your children plan on playing sports in the future, be sure to check the box. Section 3, under Big Ideas, if you believe that YMS needs better and exclusive, I repeat, exclusive soccer facilities, you clearly write that suggestion in the comment box. Section 3, under Big Ideas, if you believe that building Snipes should be used for an athletic complex, you should check that box. Section 4, if you believe the township should commit more resources to athletic facilities, you should attribute your money to reflect this. Section 5, be sure to click Finish to be counted. I find it rather appalling that YMS generated a tip sheet for the YMS family, and that's a legitimate survey. I question the validity of the survey completely. And that was a right to know, again, dated January 26th from Ginger Zielinski to YMS Friends.
Thank you, Ms. Colley. I appreciate the comment. I will allow rebuttal at some point. I'll let you know when that happens. Anybody else? Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah, I'm just following up to the
Sure. You just need to state your name and address for the record, sir.
Paulie James Court, Yardley. What I'd like to do is I'm going to read an email obtained to a right to know request from Ian Toole to John Lewis, Dan Grenier, and Monica Tierney, dated January 27th, 2022, regarding the YMS tip sheet that was just discussed, that was provided to YMS members from Ginger Zielinski in an email dated January 26, 2022, coaching YMS members in responding to the survey. I quote, "Dear John, I was about to send you an email when I saw yours. Grr on this YMS tactic. I will report the survey with inclusion of this memo and a disclaimer on the potential influence of this letter on the findings. I'm grateful to you for sending me this. We invest heavily in the survey process, and this is disheartening. Maybe the township would want to consider a statistical valid and reliable survey with a random sampling of residents if need be. We are working to achieve balance in the meeting of overall community needs. Anything you can do or recommend on beating the bushes to get a more general public to complete the survey would help a lot here. I'll talk to Monica about this too. On my original email purpose, thank you for our important conversations yesterday. What you had to say is most helpful. I'm particularly glad to learn of your work on the trails. With thanks and good wishes, Ian." End of quote. I'm going to read another memo from Ian Toole dated January 27, 2022 to Dan Grenier and John Lewis, also obtained through Right to Know, regarding YMS coaching its members on how to respond to the survey. And I quote, "Hello. I hope all is well with you both. I'm writing you because I'm concerned to see this email from YMS about how people should respond to the survey about LMT parks. I wonder to what extent respondents to the survey have been coached, quote unquote, coached. In any case, I just wanted to bring it to your attention. Thanks so much for all you do. I'd like an answer from the board and Parks and Recreation as to why we didn't receive a full disclosure on this when the survey results were presented. And number two, if you're going to spend $90,000 to have a study done on what to do next, make sure that it isn't improperly influenced, because obviously the survey was. And we don't want to have that mistake made twice. I mean, I think it's a valid point I'm making.
No, thank you for your
There's a
comment.
lot of influence going on here. And I understand in your position, you know, you're only making judgments on the information provided to you. So I'm just urging you to be more, you know, from a fiduciary standpoint, to be more cognizant of the information you're receiving and whether that information has been unduly influenced.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comment, sir. Any other public comment regarding this? Yes, sir. Mr. May, right? I'm going to have you say your name and address for the record yet again.
My name is Richard May, M-A-Y. I live at 1270 Creamery Road, directly across the street from the Snipes property. Okay. I don't know whether you're aware of this or not, but obviously there's a lot of people who are against this project. Okay. The indication is at the last meeting that it's going to cost $5 to $10 million to build. Nowhere we're coming up with that kind of money. The last time we found out we ran out of money in 2018. That's why it didn't get done. And we were fighting it then. We had retained counsel. We put signs up and the like. By the way, speaking about putting signs up, we put up a number of signs, and 20 of those signs that say preserve snipes were stolen from our properties. This has been reported to the police department. I think there are at least 4 or 5 indications to the police. Actually, the police officer came out and talked to me. And I said, well, I was concerned that, well, maybe it was taken away by the township because they thought it was a nuisance or something like that. And the officer indicated me that wouldn't be the case. Okay. So I'm at a loss to figure out who would want 20 of those signs that say preserve snipes. In addition to that, let's see, talked about, the other thing is there's an issue with open space. The open space in Lower Makefield Township is obviously shrinking, and there's just fewer and fewer places where anything can be done. So it concerns me that if that space were to be eliminated in favor of soccer fields, that just further creates more problems with open space. In addition to that, the water utility since 2018 has since built something across the street from my driveway, which probably reduces the amount of space at Snipes by probably about an acre. So just to let you know that there's even less space available than there was to do it then. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much, Mr. May. Thank you. Any other public comment? Yes. Thanks for being neighborly. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is John Harrison, resident 203 Dolington Road. Been a township resident for altogether for 25 plus years. Something I heard tonight that gives me some pause to congratulate you guys. You're looking at taking some of the money that we realized from the sewer sale and investing it, however you choose to do that. I believe that'll help eliminate what we're all feeling now, the growth, the economy's shrinking, recessions, all those things. But in the long term, I think that's a great decision. What I am concerned about is that, in my opinion, there seems to be an inordinate amount of monies spent on recreation. It does benefit some percentage of the township, but it does not benefit all the residents of the township. So on the good side, investing that money, that benefits every township resident. On the negative side, recreation, in is not where I think we should be putting our money. I think we have heard the comments about sewers and roads and, I mean, all that work that needs to be done to maintain Lower Makefield Township as a premier township. I work in New Jersey at a large pharma. A majority of my coworkers live over here in Bucks County. A lot of my coworkers are here. They are here not for the recreation, it's for the other amenities that the township and for the security. I think our police do a great job. I think there's a lot of things that are positive. I don't see recreation being a high priority in our spending. So that's just a broad statement. I realize that, but I think I heard tonight about doing a more formal study. And I heard some people say they're project managers. That's what I am. And I absolutely oppose the ready, fire, aim way that we've been doing things. So what I hear tonight is we're going to take a more focused approach and move forward. So in that regard, I'm with you guys, okay? But I do think there's other things that are higher priority than recreation. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank
And I believe the other gentleman behind you was up next. If you'd like to come up and state your name for the address, please. Your name and address for the record. Sorry, it's late.
Hi, my name is Bill Gabota. I live at 1230 Ash Lane in the township. You've all heard me before, I'm sure. I just have a short statement that I'd like to read about good stewardship, which you guys are working on. In the case of the Snipes tract, that land has been left to itself for more than 20 years. Plants, animals, and birds have colonized it, making that land their home. But what do we know of these residents? The tract, for all its compact size, is quite diverse. It has some dense forest, open grassland, and even some wetlands. These varied environments can and do support a diversity of living things. I think that good open space stewardship requires that we make a diligent inventory of what lives there, the plants, the animals, and the birds. Further, we must do that before we begin any development. After all, wouldn't it be a tragedy to bulldoze a tree that supports a bald eagle nest just because we didn't know the nest was there? All I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gabota. Any other public comment? You want to state your name and address to the record again? Thanks.
Eric Kritz, 1451 Heather Circle. Thanks to Parks and Recreation. I appreciate all the hard work, and I know it's frustrating when you come forward with a plan and then you're asked to redo that plan. I think I'm hearing from the board already tonight that you're looking to change directions, but I want you to know that I'm not in favor of going forward with creating a sports complex at the Snipes Field, and I want you to understand a little bit of why. Ranges from personal, not wanting to hear the noise from the fields from my home. My home was built in '83. Our street's never been repaved. I think that until there's a financial plan with reserves for things like all of the township roads, we shouldn't be investing the money to build these fields. There's no way for a kid today to ride a bike from the north end of the township down to here to the library to the pool. So there should be a master plan for things like paths, ways. There's no shoulder on Creamery. Kid can't get from that end to this end in any way. There's no, other than 5 Mile Woods, there's no walking place for adults. When my wife and I want to walk, there's lots of parks in Hopewell and Lawrence and Princeton. We should be looking to develop this track for some of those types of adult activities and not just looking at the number of fields. I feel like I took the survey. To me, the survey was not intentionally biased, but it was focused on a certain type of usage. There was no place on the survey for me to say, I want walking tracks, that just wasn't how the survey was designed. So that's most of it. I think especially Dan has already kind of is going down the path that I'd like to see the board follow.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your comment. Any other public comment? Yes, ma'am. Name and address for the record, please.
I'm Elka Calacrigas. I'm at 1 Beechwood Lane. I just wanted to agree 100% with the gentleman ahead of me. about walking trails. Every place I've lived before had numerous ways to get from a town to my house because I always lived pretty close. I'm only 1.4 miles from Starbucks, and then to walk into town, I have to cross the road about 7 or 8 times so don't get killed because there's just no walking trails. I love the idea of a multi-use over at the Snipes. I did have a kind of a technical question because looking at the map, can you tell me how big that area is and what the borders are of that tract?
The parcel itself?
Yeah.
Sure, if you,
The roads and how big it actually is?
I think Supervisor Grenier has it right up on his computer, so he'll tell you.
I have the county parcel map here, and it says the deed area in acres is 34.2 acres.
And the roads bordering, like the
95 to the north?
95 to the north, sort of a 295. Yeah, 295 goes this way. Dolington is this way. And then Dolington kind of goes like this. And then directly across, you have Creamery that goes sort of due south. And then the Dolington on the side. I know my roads, I live here. Dolington, as you approach Snipes from the east, bends and forms the eastern boundary. The southern boundary, if you were to go straight on Dolington, actually turns into Quarry in front of Quarry Hill and Afton Elementary Schools. So you're directly across from a neighborhood. Mr. May, I believe, mentioned that. And then the western half of Snipes, directly south of there, is Quarry Hill Elementary, where my daughter goes to school. So I'm very familiar with that school. And Afton is next door.
And I love your idea about using the school fields. I grew up in Canada and every field is always busy. Everybody wanted to be near a school because, you back to your house, you put a fence at the back to go into the park. Like it was playgrounds and parks and fields and they're not being used. It's a great use. So
I grew up I grew up in Maine, almost Canada. But yeah, we did the same thing. So
yeah, and being able to walk to school. The kids can't walk from Beechwood Lane to the school, which is they have to, it's how far they need crossing guards. It's ridiculous.
They're well aware of that.
Yeah, the interconnectivity of Lower Makefield Township is one of our black eyes, I think.
It's such a great area to be in, and there's little parks, the little pieces you can walk, but it can't get very far.
Thank you for your comment. Thanks. Any other public comment? Yes, sir. If you want to just state your name and address for the record, please.
Sure. Don Faust, 1509 Dolington Road. I'd like to couple a question on top of the last comment, and it just kind of occurred to me when she said it, but how, last time this went around, we were told that the schools could not get involved. I don't know what the legal situation was, but we were told at that point by the president of the school board at that time that it's just a no-go. So what has changed and how does that work?
So I'll let Monica, kind of follow up on what I'm going to say. I know that we've had discussions with the superintendent of Pennsbury.
Okay.
Several of them. She has, and we've echoed, and I think Ann also brought in Mr. Smith as part of the Play for All kind of concept. And we discussed with him partnering up with the schools for this additional use space. If you want to kind of.
It just mimics what you're
Yeah.
saying. We discussed partnering up. I think what the challenge is their priority is not their field space with regard to maintenance. So it's, that's a challenge that we have there. Some of the history, I'm not aware of everything, but we don't have control of the school field. So we do have to really closely work with the schools. And if they were limiting in the past, maybe now they're more open to partnership in the future. So, things may have evolved over time.
I think personally, that's the best solution. It's win-win for everybody. We hear a lot of talk about how the leagues help improve the land. And I'm sure they would do the same for the schools, and the schools would end up with a better property. The teams would have a lot more facilities to play on. I know we did a survey, our own count of how many fields there are in the township. It's an enormous amount. And so I guess I'd beg the question, why are we even talking about fields at Snipes? Why did we even start off the discussion of looking at a prior plan? And I mean, I got a lot of really good information tonight, and a lot of it was enlightening. I imagined what I experienced 4 years ago, where a bulldozer was just like going straight ahead, and there was some listening to the crowd, but nothing changed in the plan. And because nothing changed in the plan, people got organized, and there was opposition, and there's opposition now to building that. I always supported having a reasonable multi-use tract, but tournament style, no. 80-foot lights, no. And I don't think you need it. I really don't think you need it if you have, can put some of your salespeople to work on talking to the school board and convincing them that this is good for them and it's good for the sports teams and everybody. The other thing too is, Dan commented on it. I think, well, let me go to the survey first. Regardless of the validity of it, the want, I'll say, for sports fields ranked number 4. So I would question again why we aren't listening to what most people want in the township, which is not that. But last time around, when the engineering group was working on this, we knew that there were potential problems in it. I'm not an engineer, but just in talking to some people and listening to some experts who had experience in those fields come up and talk, led me to believe that there's some issues there. And I had the engineers came over to my house unannounced. I don't know who sent them, but they came over to convince me that this was a good deal. Well, you know, history just shows they weren't very good engineers, and we had suspicion there was problems with the water retention design and everything. They hadn't even gone through the due diligence of knowing where all that water goes. I asked them, where's the water on Dolington go? Right at Dolington Creamery. Well, it goes, they knew it went into some grate somewhere on Dolington, and all of those go into my yard. It goes into a creek that becomes a river during a huge rain. So my concern is greater than just the fields, but everything that goes into the development of the land. So that includes what kind of fertilizer are you using? What kind of pesticides will you be using, et cetera, which all go downhill right by our well. And if our well gets poisoned, then, you know, somebody's liable.
Sure. Thank you so
I
much.
just wanted to lay it out
Appreciate the
there.
comment.
I appreciate all the work you're doing. I know you've got a tough audience.
I just want to reiterate as well, your point is well taken with the school district. You also have the opportunity to voice this during school board meetings, and I encourage you to do so, because I think not only, you know, can we work as partnerships with the superintendent and school board members, but if they hear public, you know, comment to say, hey, we're interested in having some of these fields opened up for recreational use. We really want you guys, because we're paying school tax dollars. So we really want them to be a part of that as well. So
Yeah, and I think that would make most of the residents very happy, because they're already paying. They're already paying for the schools. That's where the majority of their taxes are going. And I know I live right near 2 of the grade schools, and at a certain point in the day, they aren't being used. They're not used on the weekend, but for what I'd consider very casual play from some neighborhood kids.
got you.
And,
Right.
and maybe it's a revenue opportunity for them too.
Absolutely. Dr. Weiss, did you want to add something?
Mr. Faust, to follow up on what the chairman just said briefly, you used the word legally before. We can't compel the district obviously to do anything, although to the chairman's point, having taxpayers go to meetings and make their concerns known, just like you're doing tonight, is the best way to do that. And the fact the board's cooperating now has made a huge difference, because in the past, there was crickets, to be honest with you. And I remember back when I was coaching kids and all that kind of stuff, as soon as the school year ended, the school fields were not maintained, and they weren't being used, frustrating as it was, but they weren't being maintained either. And I think that there's a couple issues there that all taxpayers and all citizens probably would like to discuss with the school board. It sounds like there's a good relationship you have with them. Like I said, legally, I can't go into court and say, you need to do this, but it is frustrating to walk by and drive by all these places and see fields that aren't being used. And I totally agree with you and what the other comments everybody said, but I want to let you know that if we had a legal option, I'm sure we would have pursued it a long time ago. So.
And the positive thing about Play for All, Don, is that Falls, Tullytown, the school district, and Lower Makefield have all gotten together already to agree that we have to do something jointly. So this is now a more regional, will be a more regional plan. We've approved Play for All, so the board has agreed to the concept already. We, even though it might seem like we don't hear you, we do. And whatever comes out, not everybody's going to love every part of whatever comes out of this, but it will be the best plan we can get. I mean, right now, there is no way a 10-year-old is going to be able to get to the Snipes Track. So until we solve that problem, nothing's going to be built there. Okay? You cross that bridge over 295 when everybody's going 90 miles an hour. I'm not going to have my child take his bike or her bike to get to the field. We talked about that 6 years ago before we even started it. And of course, I do agree that all the stormwater will go into your front yard, into your culvert. That's not true. But
Hey, come over next time it rains really hard. You can bring your kite.
we've been through that a number of times over the years. So, this is a process. Whatever happens there will be because everybody participates. That's I don't think I'm going to get any disagreement from my.
Not at all. Not at all. Thank you for your comment, sir. Any other public comment? I do believe we have a public comment on the phone. If you could bring them in, please.
Bringing them in now.
Thank you.
Lisa is now in the room.
Lisa, hi, if
Yes.
you could say your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, Lisa Tenney, 156 Pinnacle Circle.
And your comment?
Yes, well, first of all, I want to let you know your meeting isn't aired on Comcast Channel 22 tonight. I don't know how problematic that is, and I've been watching on Facebook. So with the Snipes Farm, I do think you need to, with the concerns brought forth by citizens, to consider all those. They're very important. And I want you to know, not looking at the past use for fields, but perhaps the near future and 5 years from now, how if you're building a soccer fields, is that going to be the best use for the land? Okay, we are in increasing floods and dry spells where grass needs to be maintained, watered, cut, right, and then floods. Okay, so you have to make sure you have environmental concerns. You make sure that you have a whole population demographic, which is increasingly aging, and have and accommodate everybody. I know it's difficult, but so again, if you can use the fields at the schools, that's a great idea because school ends and a lot of the school athletics will end at 6, right? So you got a lot of extra space on the weekends. I don't want to reiterate everybody's good suggestions because they were. And the important thing in this township is better communication. And the fact that you do things without people knowing is not a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Lisa. Anybody on the line? Anybody else on the line? Actually, we have somebody in the audience here.
Before he mentions, I just want to go back to the process issue with respect to Comcast.
Sure.
Obviously, that's an issue with access tonight. as Ms. Tenney indicated, if Comcast is not working tonight, you can either have Facebook or YouTube to access. We want to make sure that those who are not able to view the meeting through one means, there are other means to do that.
Spread the word. Name and address for the record, please.
How you doing? I'm George Schlieben. I live at 1035 Harvard Drive, and I am the current president of YMS. So we've been a hot topic this evening, it would seem. I just wanted to put in the record, as everyone here has been. I think the key word, it was interesting. I heard communication. The thing missing for me tonight is community, because I'm not seeing it. I see. I have an organization that has been serving this community for over 40 years. We're getting, accused of something, of advocating for children, and our organization does things for this community, like putting together packages for troops, special stars, programs for kids with autism to go out and play soccer. We have been in support entirely of the Play for All from the beginning. We have been involved from the beginning so everybody would get heard. So, I don't appreciate kind of hearing, YMS being drugged through the mud in this meeting. I think it's great. If some of my membership wants to put together a tip sheet and put it out there, great. I mean, they're advocating for what they want. It's nothing different than if you're running for office and you're asking people and you're walking into the poll and somebody's handing out a sheet and saying, vote for it. I've had some of you come to my house asking for a vote. I don't see the difference in that. And if people can come out tonight and speak their minds, I don't see a problem with a youth organization who supports children, building leaders, building teamwork and community, trying to better themselves. That survey was 93% Lower Makefield people in it. 1,400 people. Sorry, it's not YMS, guys. It's impossible. I only have 1,500 families. So unless that entire survey was YMS, it's mathematically impossible. I would like to just say that we do a lot of talking about our YMS and running off to nationals and everything else, but we support 1,100 kids in this township in the Pennsbury School District. Just important to note, that's what we're doing. Great to use these school fields. I think there are some great points brought up tonight. I agree. And I agree with a holistic approach. I would start with Makefield too, 100%. But you also can't necessarily have the schools begin to build fields on a slope and do all these other things. It's just, there's a lot of work that needs to go into those as well. So I would say it's been a tremendous group of people here tonight too. Even though I doubt the community piece of this a bit. But I just like to note that we're here to support and work with the Board of Supervisors, this township, everyone behind me, working together to find out what's the best plan for everybody. So thank you very much.
Just a real quick question for you, George, because I think that this is, I'm going to put you on the spot.
Yeah.
So would YMS be open? And I guess this is something that we need to discuss with Monica. Would YMS be open to limits on the number of kids that you guys put on township fields?
I would be open to discussing opportunities to maximize the use of those fields.
So if the township said to you, you can only have X amount of players on this field, the reaction?
I think you have to do I think the study is the way to go. I mean, you field usage, grass field. I don't care whether you don't even worry about soccer. Let's even just take baseball, anything. I would bet that there's plenty of youth organizations that the fields are deteriorating because your use and maintain. I think the holistic approach is see what do you need and what can your organizations do to help out with the problem that you have. I've always said we're here to help in that. We just want to come together with people and listen to what we have to say because I think we have some plans that could help everybody out here. So
okay, thank you, sir.
No problem.
Anybody else? Oh, public comment.
Hang on. Just to note, it's an indoor facility. That's futsal. It's not a field. Like you can't play soccer indoor all the time. So thank you.
I've played a lot of indoor soccer over the years.
It's not that big. So, but I just want to, you keep bringing that up. I just want to make sure I clarify that you can't move you can't play outdoor soccer indoor, but thanks.
I understand. Thank you for this slightly condescending remark. I'd like to respond.
Sure.
What's interesting to me is with YMS, it's always interesting that last time YMS was here, we asked about tax returns and other things. And you evaded the question. You said, we asked how much you paid your employees.
You can go through the process of getting the stuff if you want. Go ahead. But I don't have to answer that here.
Sure. So
It's not relevant.
it's
sir.
very relevant.
No, it's not, sir.
Please don't cut me off. Okay. So YMS comes up here, you're wearing your YMS jersey. Normally you pack the house with the YMS jerseys. It reminds me of watching like a cop show where someone's is on trial and they pack the thing just to show force at something, to try and intimidate. But let's go this way. YMS is a very aggressive organization with a lot of money. Has employees that, Dr. Weiss, if you were correct in your statement a few meetings ago, pushing $300,000 just in salaries for employees. It's a professional organization, might be a 501c3, but that's a lot of salary. Paying roughly 7 figures for an indoor facility to be used year round. You don't always need a full-size soccer field to play soccer. I've played a lot of indoor soccer. You can play indoor soccer, you can play indoor lacrosse, you can play indoor basketball, and a lot of other sports, indoor rugby if you want. You don't always need a full-size field. That's just how it works. You can do drills if you don't want to play a full game with a lot of players. That's great. I commend you for going out and doing that. However, the narrative that is being put forth all the time and for years is that YMS is this little recreation league that has, no money and that we're just doing it for the good of the kids. But in reality, they're continuously trying to expand the league. There's this notion, I feel like there's a lot of parents who are living vicariously through their kids, looking for that multi-billion-dollar youth sports juggernaut that is out there, trying to go after that holy scholarship. And I was a college athlete. I know all about it. And it's really tiresome to have this same approach come up every time YMS comes up. We talk about fields, and YMS comes in and yells and screams at people. I know people that have been verbally attacked before I was supervisor and coming to those meetings. When I was a member of the EAC, I had issues with the design plan that Boucher and James did. It was a terrible plan. And I came up here and said it. I was out in the hallway getting yelled at by YMS people because I had a professional opinion. And these were YMS people wearing the same type of shirt you have on, yelling at me that I didn't know anything and I was trying to harm kids because I
don't believe I've ever yelled in these meetings, sir.
I didn't say your name.
Right, but you can't penalize me or the organization today that it's evolved for something that's happened years ago.
I don't know that it has, because we're still seeing, we need, the proof is in the pudding, right? The proof is in the actions. So I hope it has. I hope YMS is not going to be as aggressive as they have been with this board and with the township, with the Park and Rec folks. YMS, most of the Park and Rec board members are formerly associated with YMS, if not current.
That's not true.
It's very true. I know every single one of them.
PA also, please, right?
Yeah, no,
Okay.
yeah, absolutely. Park and Rec board is largely driven by.
I'm not sure what the.
Please don't cut again.
Yeah, but
don't cut me off. Don't cut me off. I understand you're the president of your organization and you demand to be.
I'm not demanding anything. I just think
told you
you're
not to cut me off.
attacking a youth sports organization.
Yeah. So for the sake of argument, I would allow Mr. Grenier to finish his point.
Sure.
If you want to.
I will.
That way it's no back
I
and
understand.
forth.
I mean,
Yeah. So let him finish his point, and then if you want to rebut,
Sure.
absolutely.
So this is what happens whenever I've met with YMS folks, either here or in another setting, and other league folks. There's this is what we're going to give you, we're the leagues, blah, blah, blah. What we're saying here tonight is we're the township, we own the fields, the taxpayers own the fields. We're going to set limits on what your very specific user groups are going to be able to do, and you need to come up with a way to deal with that. In the nicest possible way I can say it, you're going to have to come up with a way to adjust the mindset of the leagues to actually deal with what you're given. And I think YMS, to your credit, has done that to an extent by going to get the indoor facility. That wasn't a jab at you by saying you're going to get the indoor facility. I think that's a good thing. That's giving opportunity to use to use resources year round. Instead, you're coming back and treating me like I'm attacking you. Again, let me finish. Okay? When people don't let other people finish in the middle of a conversation, that says a lot about the people that won't let you finish.
Now I'm gonna interrupt.
Again, I'm not done.
But you don't get to just assault people and
I'm
say
not
you're not
insulting.
done yet. Let me
Okay,
continue to assault you because I'm not done yet.
Yeah,
That's not how it works.
let's treat each other with respect during this interaction. So
Right.
yes, I asked it again, let him
So-
finish his point and then a rebuttal will be
Appreciate it.
allowed.
So I'm actually trying to give you accolades and pat you on the back for going after and getting that indoor facility for your private use. I think that's great. I'm actually trying to give you a pat on the back for initiating these conversations with the school district, because I don't think the other leagues have to the extent the YMS has. That's a good thing. You're already doing what we are trying to get other leagues to do and YMS to even a greater extent if possible. You're doing that. I'm trying to tell you, good job, right? And then from there, what we're saying is we're in this predicament where we have a limited resource. You know, it's the tragedy of the commons. We have a limited resource with many user groups that want to use that resource. So all of us that sit up here have to figure out how to distribute that resource. And we have some very loud voices that, whether it's at these meetings or behind the scenes, come after us a lot saying, these are ours, you need to give us, and this is the language that's been used over the last, in the last 5 years that I've been a supervisor. The language has been, these are our fields, we'll give you these, we'll give you that. And it's not the township saying these are our fields. These are leagues saying these are our fields. Now, and I just want to remind everybody, these are not township recreational leagues that are sponsored by the township. These are private leagues where kids pay large user fees to have access to professional coaching at a very young age, to have access to a lot of items that you might get in other towns in a private league separate from a recreation league. So I think it's very important that we reset the conversation to be, these are township fields, township resources. These are not specifically league resources, and we're going to manage it like that moving forward. That's what I'm trying to say. So there's lots of people getting defensive because we're trying to reset the conversation, but it's not an attack. It's just stating what the new conversation is going to be. I hope.
Thank you. Yeah. If you want to rebut to the comment, this would be the time.
My only point with the indoor facility is it's brought up like that is a when you brought it up, I felt maybe wrong that it's brought up as like, hey, we can just move there. It's not. That was my point in that, is that it's different. And I didn't know you knew. My point was that it's different, and you can't just train indoor the way you do outdoor. You just cannot. And I can't speak to your experience of YMS in the past. My kids are too young to know any of that. I can only speak that we have come this time in this process, not yelling and screaming. You can look back at any of the Parks and Rec meetings, these meetings, saying we want to work and be a part of the solution. I'm not saying we own those fields. I don't think you heard me say that here. I don't think anybody's ever heard me say that. I'm saying we want to work with this board and everybody here to be part of that solution.
Fair enough. And I will say, I will commend you for that, and let's do it.
Fair enough. But if we can not use YMS as the example of negativity, I guess I would appreciate it.
I do have one question. Do you know Ginger's Linksey?
I do.
What is her role in YMS?
She's just a coach.
She's a coach.
Parent volunteer coach, not a professional.
Not a parent, but a parent coach.
No, she's
an active coach.
She has a kid that she coaches on a field just like any other.
Were you aware that she sent that email to the entire?
I was not aware of that. It went out that way.
So the distribution.
She had access to, as a parent coach, to a subset of our names, which was recreation.
Did that include kids across all age groups or just kids in her?
No, I believe what was put in the record was the recreation group. So no, it was not all age groups. It was a subset of recreation.
How would she do that? She tainted the data.
Okay, I think I mean, she's trying to advocate people. I don't know that standing.
But I know, but from a professional or even from an organizational standpoint, you can't see the damage in that as the president. I mean, was she reprimanded for that? Because that is hugely a no-no. And you not saying anything actually means that you advocated for her doing that.
I shut it down as soon as I knew it went out.
Okay.
So for the record, I shut it down.
I mean, the optic of it is that the data is tainted, because I don't know any other user group where we have right to know requests out there saying, hey, did any emails come in that were, people advocating for their group and sending out mass email to their users to try to take this survey?
I can't.
And it didn't score. It only scored 4th on the list, so it doesn't really make sense.
But that's what I'm saying. Like we're arguing about something that doesn't make sense.
Well, I think it's the intent is the biggest thing. So if the intention,
But
was
if
to-
members, so we're saying it's okay for other people in the community to advocate and YMS can't?
absolutely not. No,
Well, that's what we're saying.
yeah, no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that.
But we're saying if people put an opinion out there, they've tainted something.
I think what we're saying is that YMS has an optic in the community, and they should probably be a little bit more careful during these times to say, hey, let's send an email to all of our users to try to taint this data. I think it's probably, you're under a microscope as it is, right?
Well, look, I stated before the board did not sanction that and
Yeah.
wasn't
She's
aware.
still an active coach with YMS?
She is still an active coach for YMS. Yep.
Yeah, I mean,
I
get it. You guys didn't tell her to do it, but by not.
Guys, you know that I mean, you can barely get people to volunteer. I mean, I'm not
Sure.
going to penalize a good coach.
What's her motivation though, I guess? What would be her motivation to send that? What would be your motivation to be here?
Me?
Yeah.
My
I mean, honestly, what is it? Is it more fields? I mean, if that's what it is, just be transparent. Say we need more fields, because at least that way, as the board, we can say
We need more fields or improvement of the facilities that we have.
okay, based on the users that you currently have.
Based on the users that we currently have.
If the township put limits on those users, would that still be the case?
Absolutely, because I think you would take away a pretty if you put limits on the users. I mean, you would take away a valuable asset to this community.
Not to the community, the club.
Community.
Okay.
It's community. It's not. This isn't about
If there's a need.
Sure.
There's a need for a
Children,
soccer club in this community.
To have organized
Absolutely.
sports, and the township does not provide such, then organizations like PAA, YMS, Ultimate Frisbee fulfill a need. The question that we're not asking, but is being implied, is that are these organizations, if we're going to front the money, are these organizations reimbursing us at a fair rate so that it's a win-win for everybody? And that's a conversation that we can have with the leagues once we have our plan. So I think right now we're putting the cart before the horse. Let's spend the money for the plan. Let's get the plan. Let's have a conversation with our leagues and with the community so that everybody benefits. I think it would be a disservice to the children of this township that we don't provide the best. This is not, even though we continue to act as a distressed township, this is one of the most prosperous, one of the richest demographic townships in the country. So, and forgive me for digressing, but for Moody's to continue, to give us a negative outlook, to give us, to downgrade us on our bond rating. Now, this, of course, is all in the past. Having us to where we had to sell a sewer system to afford anything. Let's not take our frustrations out on YMS or PAA. Let's make sure moving forward that we do something that's a win-win for everybody. We're having the golf course pay us back for the debt that we fronted over a number of years. We're making sure that our township stays whole and is a better place. This is a start. The conversation, if they're taking an inordinate amount of our resources, this is a conversation to have. But if at least let them we want to make sure that we're being reimbursed properly, that our future leases are not open-ended so that the township might be in place in a weakened position in the future. these are conversations to have, just like we no longer have Bright Farms because they wouldn't work with us. I mean, it's not a park and rec issue, but it's part of an overall blueprint for management of the township going forward. You know, we've done tremendous things in park and rec in a few years, but there's more to do, you know, and it's, nobody's arguing, you know, how we're going to go. Well, we are arguing how to go forward. But the thing is, as long as we have, everyone has a part in how we move forward, not one over another, this will be fine. And, you know, George, I'm sure, you know, you're allowed to advocate for YMS. You're the president of YMS. You know, I've looked at your 990s for the last 20 years, as long as there's been a YMS. I know exactly where every penny goes, and it's public record.
Yep.
You know, I don't have a problem with how much money you raise. You know, the only issue that I have, and it's just an academic thing at this point, because this is going forward, just like I ask Bright Farms, or I ask the Historical Society, or I ask any other outside organization that deals with the people of this township, that everybody works on a fair, level playing. And I know that you have no argument with that.
Nope.
No. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Weiss. Any other comments?
Yeah, I do think we have to set the record a little bit more straight. And I'm not here to advocate for YMS, although I used to have shirts like that at home. But the value of community sports, the value of investing in our youth, the value of building leaders. How did we somehow get into this conversation and make it sound like that is the community, not just sports, but that's the community we have all committed to trying to improve at Lower Makefield. And the stuff that I feel so bad for that woman, maybe she was overly zealous, but when I was a soccer mom coaching a team, I might have done the same thing, because I would have wanted the parents of the little girls that I got to coach to understand how important things were. And somehow we've vilified this woman for some emails that John and Dan knew about. I'm so confused how this conversation is moving forward. So, you know, if we are truly committed to building a community, that has to mean that we're going to have a place for our kids. I'm excited to hear that suddenly the school district is going to mow their lawns and make them available. When my age group was at the school, the women had to threaten a Title IX action because there was no place for them to play. So if we turn that all around, that's a yippee yappy and yahooey. But I'm just flabbergasted, in case you can't tell by all the different phrases I'm using, as to how this conversation is developing. Thank you for all you do. If your kids are young, many trips ahead in your car to games and friendlies and Chick-fil-A or wherever else you like to eat on the road. Those are valuable things, and I thank you for what you and every other coach out there does. Every other Girl Scout leader, every other Boy Scout leader, the people who are helping build our future.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Blundy. Any other public comment? Yes, ma'am. You state your name and address for the record, please.
Barbara Knight, and I live on 5 Beechwood Lane here in Lower Makefield Township. Have been a resident for 21 years. And my property would be directly impacted if these fields were would come to fruition in the Snipes tract. I'm concerned about the additional traffic it would create, the noise pollution, the light pollution, in addition to just the fact that the fields versus a nature preserve or a nature walk or park just makes total sense to me, given the what's been kind of discussed here about how the aging demographic in Lower Makefield Township would benefit much more from that as a community. There are many of us who have had kids that have grown and no longer would take advantage of any of the recreational sports complex that would be constructed there, let alone the aesthetic value of the one versus the other. So that's my one point. And the other thing I'd like to bring up is I'm very encouraged, by the way, that there is so much talk about further studies. So that's great news. But I'd also like to say that in the interest of transparency, perhaps it could be studied what the impact of taxes would be on the Lower Makefield residents. With I mean, obviously it's premature. If we don't even have a master plan, we can't predict how much it's going to cost, but exactly. But I think that would be a big factor that the residents would be interested in.
Thank you so much. Any other public comment? Yeah, so did you give public comment regarding this?
I did.
We prefer just because of the time. I mean, unless you want to keep it to maybe a minute.
It'll be really short.
Yeah, if just for a minute, that's fine. Just name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, Don Faust, 1509
Thank you.
Dolington Road. I don't think anybody here has disparaged YMS or any of the kids in any of their comments, or the woman who sent out whatever instructions. I think they were questioning the tactic or the method. I mean, a lot of people behind me.
His microphone's gone out.
And so forth. So, you know, I don't think the conversation.
Your microphone's gone out.
Oh, he's coming out. Hold on.
I don't think the conversation.
Your microphone is not working.
One second, the mic isn't on.
I do feel that I do feel that conversation this time around is very beneficial. I didn't feel that way 5 years ago. I do feel there's an audience of one, and any amount of public comment really was not listened to. So I am encouraged by it tonight, and I just think we need to work through it. I really don't feel that anybody here is against kids having fun and doing those sort of activities. It's just, how do you accomplish that?
Thank you for your comment. Any other public comment? Okay, hearing none, I believe we are moving on. I think we might be done with you, Monica.
Okay.
Really, I mean, she deserves a round of applause almost. I mean, we really do
Run,
appreciate
Monica, run.
we really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yes. And we'll follow up with kind of consensus of what the board wants to do as we move forward with the study and snipes and everything. So enjoy your vacation. Yep. So moving over to number 9, nobody wants to hear about the engineer's report. So consider pay application number 1 for the 2022 road program to James D. Morrissey, Inc. in the amount of $182,100.24. Do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'd like
So
to make a
moved.
motion.
We'll give it to,
Take a second.
okay, Supervisor Blondie makes the motion, seconded by Supervisor Lewis. Any discussion?
This is
Yes.
some of that great road paving that people have been asking for. Happy that it's moving forward.
Good. Dan?
Andy, how'd they do it? How are they doing relative to this first pay application?
So they are behind schedule, and that is as a result of not getting detectable warning surfaces for their ADA ramps, which are those little red domes that at the bottom of the ADA ramps. Their supplier is not able to meet the demand that they have, so they're running a couple of weeks behind schedule. And so we believe that paving will begin at the beginning of August. But other than that, they had received some complaints about restoration around various ADA ramps. And I think they've cleaned that up last week. And so now they're moving forward, trying to get everything done this year.
The work completed to date that they're done, your crew has inspected or somebody's inspected and.
Yeah, we've inspected it. We've identified the quantities and can verify that the pay application submitted is all the work that is completed based on the pay application.
Thank you.
Any other supervisor questions, comments? Any public comment? Anybody on the phone? Looks like nobody. So I'll entertain a motion. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Opposed? None. Motion carries 5-0. Moving on to project updates. Sandy Run, Memorial Park, multi-use trail, Woodside Bike Path, Big Oak, Makefield Road signal upgrade, Road 332, Mirror Lake.
Chair McCartney, I have no.
Sure. Do you want to add something to this?
I have no updates on that, but if the board has any questions, I'll certainly try to find out the answers for you. but I have
Sure.
No updates.
Is the board? Yeah, absolutely.
Andy, this one's for you, I think, on the Woodside Bike Path. Any comments yet from Conservation District that we need to respond to, or what's our status on that one?
We responded to their administrative comments, and we're still waiting on any technical comments that they have as a result of reviewing the calculations.
Okay, so that, are we administratively complete such that they'll start the technical review?
Yes.
For permitting purposes, they have like a 20-day period to tell you if you're administratively complete before they'll actually look at your stuff. Okay. So they're in the technical review, so that means it's going to be soon. So what do you anticipate for a construction start date?
So depending on what kind of comments that we get coming back, we're still shooting for a construction start date in October.
Okay. That's good. And then how long do you think it'll take?
I believe we have 150 days for construction. That would be the time period. So it would be into winter. It would be a race to get asphalt down on the proposed path. Yeah.
And then one other, the Memorial Park one last meeting I had asked you about, I'm not sure if the compacted stone or gravel that was out on that one field.
Yeah, so we went out there and we did verify that there was some stone in that area, and there was actually a little bit of settlement in that area. And so we're going to go back to the contractor and have them put down additional topsoil and then stabilize that area.
Any other supervisor questions regarding project updates? Yes, sir.
Actually, we have a special guest who just popped online who's ideal for my upcoming questions.
Hey, Joe, how's it going?
So far, so good. I'm still awake here.
That's good. That's good. I hope we kept you engaged.
Yeah, actually, it's great. It's the American way. I mean, we elect our politicians to represent us, and I'm glad that Lower Makefield has such a dialogue. It's good to see.
Oh, man, that's awesome. Thank you so much. John.
On that one, quick question for you. Sandy Run Road, I know you've identified some small tweaks in the March timeframe. Is there still anything outstanding that you think we need to do, that we need to press on for, or are we in a state where we think we're done?
Again, what I would like to see is high friction surface treatment put out there. It's a relatively expensive treatment. I think our estimate was about $14,000, but it gains a lot. You're able to stop your vehicle a lot shorter. But the problem was we couldn't piggyback onto the PennDOT contract. And I tell you the truth, I don't know where it's still with my engineer, if he was able to get even a price, because PennDOT's contractor was out of Maryland. So asking them to come out and just do, a short stretch of road for Lower Makefield would probably be, could be triple that. I don't even know how much the cost would be. So I will reach out to my engineer and and I'll get back, I'll get the information to Jim Juski as to, where we stand about getting a contract to how much it would cost for Lower Makefield to get that accomplished.
And then are you covering the pedestrian improvements at Regency then?
Actually, the reason I was asked to come, well, actually, I asked to come in a couple weeks ago because we're working on the Big Oak and Makefield traffic signal, the Arley Grant project. And my engineers stumbled upon a problem with right of way. So, and again, my guy with over 30 years experience in the highway design, he said this is the biggest confusion he's run into. So I really wanted to originally say, this is outside of scope, and we need to really get into what the right of way is and then figure out if the township needs to purchase it, because there's the corner that has the gas station. The documents we have, basically the right of way is at the curb line essentially. So all the signal equipment, the mast arm and what have you, we'd have to either purchase right away or get a signal easement or something. But the first thing we need to do is find out what we really have out there, because I find it hard to believe that we have essentially no right of way outside the curb. It just doesn't seem right. So that was my original request to come in and ask the board of supervisors to move in that direction. But what I found out since then was the grant has expired. And back in March, Kurt sent a letter requesting PennDOT extend the deadline, and we haven't heard back. So when I reached out to PennDOT and they haven't gotten any confirmation, I told my staff to stop working on the project, because again, at this point, there's no guarantee that the municipality, Lower Makefield, will get the grant monies that was already approved. I think there's a good chance it will, but it's just not a guarantee. So I just wanted to let the board know that if you want us to move forward at risk, I'm fine with that, but I didn't want to make that call myself. I wanted the supervisors to know that. And the other thing I really want to warn you too, the costs. This was I believe the engineer who submitted the application for the township probably did the cost back in 2016. It was approved in 2017, and leading up to 2021 or so, it's not so bad. But anybody in the construction industry can tell you the costs are going through the roof. So it was approved that the signal would cost $260,000, and my engineer is telling me probably 15 to 20% more is what you're expecting from 2017 to 2022. So I just wanted to let the board keep that in mind too, whether we wait to hear if PennDOT's going to approve the extension of the grant, or do we regroup and ask for a new grant that's going to cover what more likely would be the cost, which may actually be, who knows, $50,000 more than what was estimated back in 2016. So that's food for the thought for the Board of Supervisors, how to move forward. I think anybody who knows this, the intersection knows the signal needs to be upgraded. It's very old. There's no accommodation for pedestrians. However, at this point, there's no guarantee that the $260,000 that PennDOT has approved will still come to the township.
Any other comments for questions for Joe? Anyone?
So, can we do 2 tracks? One, to find out if we still have the existing grant from PennDOT, because if we don't have that, we're done, right? For a little while.
At least as far as that funding source and
Yeah.
anything related to it.
And then 2, can we direct the solicitor to look to see what rights of way we need? Do you know the actual, have you surveyed the parts that you would need it for the design?
Well, it's not a survey at this point. We were given documents, and if you piece all the documents together, again, the right of way, just some of the pieces, for example, when the corner was developed, it may have been offered for dedication, but not accepted by the township. That's probably a simple fix. But there's other ones, like I said, with the gas station property, the right of way, what we have at this point appears close to the curb line, if you would, even though it's a big wide driveway without any curbs. But the extension of the curb line is kind of where our understanding of the right of way is. And we're obviously going to need to document what it is and then either make a decision whether we purchase right away from the property owner or get an easement. There's a signal easement that can be gotten, something like that. There's different avenues depending on how cooperative the property on the corner is. I assume this signal is good for them, so I can't imagine that they would hold the township, at what's the word, hostage, because a better signal is going to benefit their business, I would think.
Joe, what do you need? What direction you need from the board tonight to authorize your company to finish evaluating the right of way needs at that location, or what do you need?
That's the one option, which I think it needs to be done anyway, because
Right.
the signal's going to be
sure.
needed.
Yeah.
Right. So I don't think that's going to cost, $10,000. It's just a matter of the staff getting in and then, seeing
Okay.
what we're dealing with. Moving forward with the construction, I'm estimating maybe another 15,000 for our efforts to get the construction ready plans to go. We don't, if PennDOT doesn't have it doesn't extend, grant the extension of the permit, the grant, the township can make a decision at that point.
And would those plans still be good, say 3 years from now, if other funding sources became available? In other words, whatever plans you develop now, you could still use those 3 years from now. Is that
We can
correct?
use them, again, depending on what standards have changed. It might have been tweaked or upgraded,
Okay.
but we've already got PennDOT to agree what we are planning. Our design is approved by PennDOT. Now it's just a matter of converting it to construction drawings that a contractor can bid on.
Okay, well, that'd be up to the board. I guess there's two things you want to do. One is deal with the right-of-way issue and following up with that. And then the second one is authorize, what do you want to authorize Safe Engineering to complete the design at that location? So I'll defer to you folks how you want to handle that.
So Joe, when was the last time you had correspondence with PennDOT regarding the grant and the extension?
I think it was definitely less than 2 weeks ago, because again, when I originally asked to be on this agenda, it was about the right of way. So it was probably about 10 days ago when they, responded. Essentially, they don't have the extension wasn't approved. They moved very, very slowly. These guys
They
are.
actually said it was not approved, or you're not sure?
No. Basically, the latest information they had was the previous, the approval of extension that expired on June 30th of 2022.
Chief?
So, yeah.
Is it one of those, it just hasn't been approved yet? Or do they have a formal,
Declination letter.
exactly. Yeah. Did they say no, or is it still, we just haven't heard?
No,
back what
they
they're-
definitely have not said no. I'm just waiting to hear back from them, right?
still
And on a related
That part
note,
has-
yeah.
So far, that part has to be on hold until we find out. I don't know that you can make a decision on that yet tonight, until we find out.
And just so I'm square on where I'm looking at the map here, what corner are we talking about again?
Well, actually, there was two corners. One is the corner where the Catholic school is, because that's where we want to put the controller. We may or may not have enough right away there.
That's the northeast corner.
That would be the northeast corner. And then the northwest corner is where the gas station is. And that's where it doesn't appear that we have even the right of way for the existing pole that's out there now with the controller. But again, it's so old, who knows, how this, evolved over the years.
Joe, where did Tom Roach ask to have that controller put? Which corner? The gas station corner or the other one? I don't recall.
No, it's the one where the Catholic, the old Catholic school is.
On that side, right?
Right.
And that's not doable also because there's not enough room. Is that what you're saying?
No, I think we might be okay there. Again, we need to confirm, like the right of way may have been dedicated to the township. It might be a simple accepting of the right of way. Again, it still needs to be confirmed, but the real problem is the existing controller is on the mast arm that is on this traffic signal. I'm sorry, the gas station property. that's the one that appears that the existing signal equipment is outside the right of way. And might be just a matter of us tracking it down and it is in the right of way, or we need to, you know, formally acquire it on behalf of the township.
This,
Chief,
yes.
I think, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but is your recommendation, this is a step-by-step process here.
Yeah.
I think number one would be to get the right-of-way issue squared away with any paperwork that needs to be done. It sounds like it might actually been something where the paperwork is never finished.
Right.
That happens a lot with older
Right.
properties. Maybe we focus on that first and then see what comes from that, and then.
All right, well, let me have a discussion with Jim Majewski tomorrow and see if he knows anything about this or he has any paperwork. And I'll get a hold of Kurt and find out from Kurt whether or not he knows anything about it. And then we'll talk, Dave, and we'll work that out as far as the corner and the easement and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then.
The other issues got to be on hold right now.
No, I hear you. And I assume you do, but you have access to Kurt's email account in case.
I do. Yes.
Getting any emails from those guys.
Yes, we'll do. We'll do.
So we'll stay on hold until we hear back from the township one way or the other.
Thanks, Joe. Any other
Sir.
questions for Joe?
Thanks, Joe.
I think we're telling him to keep figuring out the right of way stuff, right?
Yes.
So keep working the right of way stuff and then on hold for the RS.
That has to be done no matter what, Joe. So the right of way
Right.
delineation, however whatever you describe it, that needs to be completed. And then the other stuff, if and when we find out about the, you know, the grant funding, I guess we'll cross that bridge at that time.
Right. Joe, are you available tomorrow morning for a conference call?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Are we good with Joe? Thanks, Joe.
All right, you're welcome. Have a great night, guys.
Take care.
Thanks.
Any other project update questions? Okay, moving on to agenda item number 11, Chief's report. Chief Cluzy.
Thank you. This is asking the board to approve Antara as the township's IT managed service provider. We like Antara because it's a short-term contract. It's a one-year contract. Their pricing is all-inclusive. It has all of the security testing, penetration testing, and all, and the monitoring of the security it's in the pricing already. We know them. We've worked with them before. They've helped build our VX rail, and they're currently setting up a firewall for us as we speak. So we're pretty confident with them. We like to give them a try for a year and see how they work out. And it seems like their process is pretty straightforward as far as service and tickets and everything else, and servicing us, you know, our needs. The total price per year is $218,388. That's slightly more than the other proposal that we looked at from RTCS. However, RTCS doesn't include everything that Antara includes. It seems like RTCS is more a la carte, and I really can't get a handle on what their full cost is. I have a feeling that at the end, it's going to probably be more than what Antara is. Also, as far as just for background information, in the IT capital projects budget of the general fund for fiscal year 2022, there's $223,244 allotted in that fund. Now, what's remaining in that fund, I haven't looked. I'm sure it's not there now, given the fact that we had other expenses this year for computers. And it's not just all IT services in that fund. But that's what's allotted for this year. And probably going forward, it would have to be somewhere in that same area for next year with a little more added to it. In addition, some savings that the board needs to be aware of is that our VX Rail Dell lease, we terminated at the end of June, and that was $55,720 a year that we will not need going forward. And in addition, Gannett Fleming is no longer our IT people, so we're totally without IT services at this point. and have been for several weeks. That's about $40,000 cost. So that's a $95,000, 720 saving. And it was contemplated that going forward, obviously, we would need an IT person. As I discussed last week or last meeting, our virtual network is way above one person, one IT person. So that would be an employee that I would expect the salary to be somewhere in $100,000 range. So if we had Antara on board, which is a large company with 100 employees, all specialized, we would not need an IT person going forward. So that would be another $100,000 savings. So they're our preferred vendor to go with as far as IT services.
Excellent. And to reiterate your point, I agree. I think having an IT person on site is $100,000 expense for one person, but if you have one person, you need two people, because if something happens to that IT person, where do you go?
Right.
It almost could be 1.5 times that,
Yes.
or maybe even 2 times that. So, Antara has cybersecurity, correct?
Yes.
And they're a company out of Chicago.
Well, they're one individual is based in Chicago, and their company is, but they're all over.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm
And they could have the ability to put somebody on site immediately if we need it.
excellent. So do I hear a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve Antara as the township's IT managed service provider for a 1-year contract of $218,388.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
Motion made by Supervisor Weiss, seconded by Supervisor Blondie. Any further discussion?
Chief, can I ask you?
Yes, sir.
Practically speaking, when there's an IT issue, let's say you get locked out of your email, for example, and you need to call the help desk or whatever it is, right? Have they spelled out to us how they would go ahead and they're in Chicago, wherever they're at, they're not going to, obviously not going to come. Someone's not here to say, hey, let me look over your shoulder. Da, 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 here you go.
Right, right.
Obviously, IT is often you don't have to be there to do something for
Right.
certain things.
A lot of it's done remotely, sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
a lot of it is. So how do they have is the service built in where, they I shouldn't say they brag, but they show in their SOQ here, their quals, that, they work for Fortune 100 companies and all this other, and if that's great for them, but maybe we're not the highest on their priority list because of who's paying for what,
Yeah,
it is what it
exactly.
is. So what have they said to you that makes you feel like, hey, they're going to be responsive to Lower Makefield's needs when there's an issue? They're not going to put us on the back burner when some other big company is.
First, we had video conference with them, and several of their specialists, plus the CEO, who took the time to actually sit there with us as long as we needed to speak with them. And they assured us that we would get the same level of service. And by the way, that's why Gannett Fleming's no longer with us. We were too small for them, pretty much, and they wanted to move on to bigger corporations and bigger things. And they took us on pretty much in the beginning as a favor to us because we were at that time without IT services, if you recall. So they were very responsive that way, and they have the procedure to open up tickets and call, and they have a response time, how long it takes them to respond to a need, and they prioritize their needs. And it was all explained on the video conference, and I believe it is also in their proposal on their how you open up tickets and how fast they respond. So
I think that part of that email had some service level agreements. in there.
service level
Yeah,
agreements.
absolutely. Yep.
Yeah. So I'm pretty confident that they will. And the other thing too is, like I said, you never know going forward. It's a 1-year contract. And if we don't like their service, hopefully we can move on to someone else. But I think that we'll be pretty satisfied with them. We are so far with the work that they have done. Yeah.
So they've worked with us. You've gotten to work with them.
Yeah, we didn't actually contract them prior. It was through another organization that was helping us through a problem that actually used them and brought them on board. That's how we became familiar with them.
Great. Any other comments or questions by supervisors? Any public comment? Yes, sir.
How many servers and desktops do the department have? Or is it?
Yeah, well, it's a virtual network, so we have servers that service over 120 people.
And what was the VxRail being used for? What did you replace it with?
The VxRail was rebuilt. It was actually rebuilt. It was originally given to us and built by Dell, and it was a 4-year lease. And we had the option of going forward longer with it. But when the VxRail failed us and we had to have it rebuilt, we terminated the lease with Dell, which was about $55,720. So we own it now.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Anybody on the line? Hearing none, call to question. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 4-1. Opposition Supervisor Lewis. All right, moving over to.
James,
Thank
did
you,
that
Chief.
gentleman have a chance to say his name and address? I couldn't hear it, but
He
you guys
did. He said it very quickly.
Mr. Fritz, who appeared before.
Thank you.
So we will move over to number 12, Mr. Truelove.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. An executive session started tonight at 6:30, ended right before this meeting started. All supervisors were present, either in the room or virtually. Real estate items, informational items, and personal items were discussed at the executive session, and myself and Chief were also in attendance, which is a good segue into the next two items. As we know, Mr. Ferguson is no longer employed with the township. It is my opinion as a best practice, and also I think, frankly, to comply with at least the intent of the second-class township code, that we need to have somebody appointed to the position as interim township manager, and then also assistant secretary treasurer for purposes of basically for signing checks and doing the type of work that a regular township manager who would have been present here would have done. I'm asking the board also to amend B to include after the words assistant secretary / treasurer to include open records officer as well. Because that's also something mandated by the Open Records Act. And it's, of course, that applies to all statutes that involve public entities. So the first motion would be to consider appointing Chief Galuzzi as interim township manager until a new full-time township manager is hired. And for the benefit of everybody there, a township manager search is certainly well underway, and the Board of Supervisors is actively involved in that. So I want everybody to understand that this is not, there are parallel tracks, but we just want to make sure that this is done until that person is hired. So that would be the first motion I'd request.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to appoint Kenneth Galuzzi as interim township manager until a new full-time township manager is hired.
Second.
Dan beat you to it. So the motion is made by Supervisor Lewis, seconded by Supervisor Grenier. Any discussion? I personally would just like to say thank you. It's a huge undertaking. I know that during this transition period, all of the supervisors have been putting in extra hours and efforts to carry the load of a township manager. And the fact that you were willing to step up and take this, we really deeply appreciate it. And the community they should name more sandwiches after you down at the pool. That's just my opinion. Anybody else want to chime in? Please go for it.
Maybe we're getting a salad.
A Cobb salad, yeah, I know. I know.
You got time for this gig? Chief?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Lay it on me.
No, I'm not gonna. I just want, we're putting a lot on your plate, obviously. You already have a lot on your plate. I just want to make sure you're comfortable with it and you got time for this gig. As you have heard me say many times, we'll keep pushing the process forward for a new township manager so you can enjoy your summer a little bit, hopefully.
Much appreciated.
So,
Yeah.
it's-
And I will help push that along also. And just know that anybody needs anything, please, anytime, 24/7, give me a call.
Any other supervisor comment? Any public comment? Anybody on the line? Hearing none, call to question. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. That was a very loud aye.
Yeah, thank you. And for the next one, this is actually a companion motion, obviously, to help appoint the chief also is the assistant secretary and treasurer, and then, like I said, open records officer in the timeframe commensurate with the appointment as interim township manager, and also to have the appropriate bond and security applied as well to that position with, as long as he occupies it. So it would be consideration to appoint interim township manager Kenneth Calusi as assistant secretary / treasurer for the duration and open records officer for the duration of his tenure, and update the appropriate bond / security to reflect the appointment of Kenneth Calusi as assistant secretary / treasurer.
So moved?
Second.
Motion made by Supervisor Grenier.
And open records officer.
And yeah,
And
you-
he had that in there, yeah.
yeah, but you need
so-
to do it at the end as well.
Motion made by Supervisor Grenier, seconded by Supervisor Lewis. Any discussion? Again, I'll open it up by saying thank you so much. Truly appreciate it on behalf of the board. Monumental. Just signing checks alone is,
Oh, thank
you're gonna
you
need a
all.
new pen.
It's
Yeah,
appreciated.
so we really do appreciate what you're doing for the township. The community should buy this man a beer if they ever see him out. Any other supervisor comments? Hearing none. Any public comment? Anybody on the line? Hearing none. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Motion carries 5-0.
And I would also extend my thanks to Chief. We've worked through situations before, and you're always there, and that's always much appreciated by my staff as well, and myself. So
Thank you, Dave.
that's all I have on that report. Zoning hearing board, we have no applications tonight. Finally, now we have under zoning inspections and planning, consider approval of the preliminary major subdivision for 1566 LLC, plan number 685. John Van Leuven of Eastburn and Gray is here representing the applicant. I'll let him start out with a brief description of the project, and then I do have what everybody's favorite part of any meeting is an approval letter, which I'll try to be succinct with.
Thank you again. And on behalf of the board, sorry to keep you here this late. We appreciate your tenacity.
Like the old days when they used to get out here at 2:30, but.
Yeah.
John Van Leuven from Eastburn and Gray. The gentleman to my right is Jerry Katzoff. The project is a combination and re-subdivision of 4 properties. 2 of the properties are currently owned by Jerry and his wife. 1566 LLC is the owner of the former Loftus tract as well as a small tract on Creamer Road. There are 1 house on each of those latter 2 parcels. Those 2 houses will be raised into new houses, one taking access where the Loftus tract takes access from Yardley Newtown Road, the other one taking access from Creamery Road where the existing small lot on Creamery takes access. There are 4 lots proposed to be accessed by an extension of Buck Creek Drive. I'm sure most of you know Buck Creek Drive is basically a stub street that's been there for a number of years. Never been finished as a cul-de-sac. So for that reason, it already exceeds the length for a cul-de-sac. We propose to extend it and provide a turnaround, which I think is probably beneficial. The reason the subdivision is laid out as it is the property is bisected by a stream with wetland borders, that the stream basically crosses the site in the middle, coming in essentially from Creamery and goes all the way across to the Katzoff property. Before we start through this, I'd like Jerry just to give you some background. He and his wife have been residents of the township for more than 40 years, and this is not the normal development subdivision. I'd call it more a protective subdivision, but I'll let Jerry try to explain what he was trying to accomplish here.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. So my wife and I bought the property known as Mansion House Farm at 1472 Yardley Newtown Road in around 1980. And we've lived there consistently ever since. As soon as we bought the property, the gentleman we bought it from had sold most of his property to Toll Brothers, who built the development right behind us. And when I looked at the property we were buying, there was a little shed on the back of the property that matched our house, but the seller included it in Toll's properties, and it was on a lot directly behind my house. So it looked so perfectly part of our house. I bought the property from Toll so that I could come in here and subdivide it back to us, which I did 40 years ago. So that little building is now part of our house, fully restored. We ultimately sold the Toll house to my wife's cousin who lived there for a long time. Then about 20 years later, our house was built in 1713. It's an old historic farmhouse that's been totally restored. The property's been impeccably maintained. We then had an opportunity to buy 2.7 more acres from the Loftuses. And that piece is where the stub road at Buck Creek ended. And the reason we bought that was, one, to expand our property, but more so to control the future development of the Loftus piece that was next to us, trying again to protect our property, because we figured we owned the stub lot, and whoever was going to come in and buy the rest of the Loftus property would ultimately have to talk to us about using our property to extend that road. And as luck has it, the Loftuses, about right before COVID, I guess, came to us and asked us if we would buy the rest of their property, which gave us 22 acres there. And what we did that for was to expand our house, which in this plan would make our house 14 acres instead of the original 7. And to recoup some of our costs, we met with John and saw that we could build 4 houses off of Buck Creek instead of having a developer come in and ultimately build or try to build 15 houses. So all of this was done in an attempt to expand and protect our house. But at the same time, we saw an opportunity to do a small development and recoup the costs. And that's kind of why we're here.
And that's essentially the nature of this project. There is, as you can see, the extension is kind of a minimal extension. We've gone to great lengths. This plan has been through 4 or 5 iterations. It's been reviewed 2 or 3 times by the township's consultants. We think at the present time, it's relatively clean. There's one comment that I wanted to make up front, because as you probably have noted, there are 2 minor variances that are noted as being required. And normally, depending on the nature of the variance, I never come to before a board asking for preliminary approval of a subdivision until we have all the variances in place. However, in this case, the variances don't affect the layout of the subdivision. They're strictly utility variances to get the sanitary sewer lines across the wetlands and wetland buffer. The variances aren't necessary unless there's a subdivision. So it seems to us logically that the proper way to do this is to make sure there's a subdivision before we ask the zoning hearing board to approve variances, which wouldn't have any purpose if we didn't have a subdivision. So I wanted to just touch on that up front. There's always an issue of chicken and egg in these things. Which way do you go first, and what do you need to accomplish? If you go to a zoning hearing board without a subdivision approval, I often get asked, why are you here for a utility crossing if you don't even have a subdivision approved? It's a question that's often asked, and I know probably each one of you has a predisposition as to how you prefer to see it done, but most engineers also have a predisposition. And in this case, we thought that because these variances have absolutely no impact on the layout of this project, that the appropriate way was to come before the board for preliminary approval with the understanding that we're at risk and we need to get the variances. So that's the only explanation I have there. I've read through David's draft. He provided it earlier. There may have been revisions to it since then. I'm not sure. The only comment that I had reviewing it was the issue of the sidewalk waiver. We had asked for a waiver of sidewalks on the 4 lots because there are no sidewalks on Buck Creek Drive at the present time, and the sidewalk wouldn't go anywhere. I suppose the sidewalk waiver also technically would encompass the minimal frontage on Creamery Road and Yardley Newtown Road also. So I'd like to just offer that for discussion. I know Jerry feels very strongly that since there's no sidewalks on the perimeter roads and there's very, very minimal frontage here, that it wouldn't make sense to put these little pieces of sidewalk there. Buck Creek Drive extension is a different issue, and I think that was probably the sidewalk waiver that the Planning Commission did not recommend. But again, we think that's something can go either way. Normally, I hear the argument that, well, we're going to provide the sidewalks because they may extend somewhere, or the next piece of ground may be developed. In this case, the next piece of ground has been developed. It's been developed for a number of years, and there are no sidewalks. So again, you may have your preference, you may have your personal opinions on that. But we just like to bring that one back up again because it was not in Dave's motion.
And just to be clear, this is for preliminary plan approval.
That's correct.
Only.
Yep.
The planning commission reviewed this a week ago, Monday, the 11th, and they recommend approval, subject to compliance with the township reviews, obviously, and defer tree replacement issues to the final review. They recommend a no sidewalk waiver to Mr. Van Leeuwen's comments, and the rest of the waivers are requested were deferred to the Board of Supervisors. So,
Thank you, sir. Any other supervisor comments or questions? I know
Well-
sidewalk where you're going to go.
Well, so I'm the liaison of the planning commission, so I've seen the proposal already and sat in on the meeting and had a bunch of questions previously, so I'm very familiar with this proposal. I personally would prefer to table this until we get a zoning hearing board call on the variances. I do think one of the variance requests, if memory serves, is related to the turning radius in the road. Andy, correct me if I misspeak here. Is that correct? Where the cul-de-sac would be installed? Cul-de-sac.
So I apologize. My review letter is sitting in the printer at RVE offices. So
We don't have a plan. I
it's
visually
not
can-
listed.
It's a waiver, not,
So,
okay, okay.
Yeah, I
Thank
mean,
you for
I believe that it would be
Yeah,
under
no.
the subdivision and land development ordinance. And
the two variances, excuse me, have to do with requesting relief to disturb approximately 3.2% of the wetlands for installation of the utility line where disturbance is not permitted. That's one. And the second one is requesting relief to disturb approximately 3.2% of the wetlands buffer for installation of a utility line. So they're similar, I guess, different utility lines that we're talking about there.
So it's really for the force main, so the sanitary sewer to cross the
And
wetland.
for that, they would be forced to go to the Pennsylvania DEP to get their
As part of their,
permit for impacts to state regulated wetlands.
correct.
Absolutely.
Has there been a jurisdictional determination on the extent of the wetlands on site to date and the stream?
There was a wetlands study done by Penn Trail Environmental firm that has been doing work in this area for a long time, has a good reputation. I do not believe there's been a jurisdictional determination issued at the present time.
There been any preliminary meetings with the Army Corps and or the Pennsylvania DEP regarding those areas?
Not to my knowledge.
Um,
And normally a jurisdictional determination is not a condition preceding. We do proceed at our risk if we don't have one, but
I'm well aware. It's just the nature of this site is the way the cul-de-sac is laid out. It makes for a very tight turning radius to get into the area where the four homes would be on the cul-de-sac. If you were to extend it, you would likely be impacting, it's where you start to get into the wetland buffers, potentially the wetland itself.
that's correct.
And then you have the stream corridor just south of there.
We also try to minimize the clearing of trees. That's heavily wooded. This whole site has a lot of woodland on it. And that area is very densely wooded. So we made the turning radius as sharp as we could, recognizing there's no through traffic and only 4 lots. It made sense rather than encroaching further and trying to loop the road around and disturbing more of the trees. That's
And in terms of other issues with the plan, just more for board information, feedback from the planning commission. Planning commission was pretty adamant about not granting waiver requests on either the tree issue, as we typically get requests for, to not have to deal with the tree replacement or fee in lieu type of approach. The same issue with the sidewalks. Remind the board, and the planning commission brought this up, that there's also a in lieu fee program set up already for sidewalks that I think Kurt said a few years ago.
Yeah.
So, personally, I would lean much more towards that approach, so that we can.
Yeah, that's fine.
we're perfectly fine with a fee in lieu of sidewalk.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So, so that would get rid of the sidewalk waiver issue. The tree issue, I believe that the EAC reviewed and issued an EIA where they, they talked about potentially putting a conservation easement over some portion of the remaining undeveloped land. Not sure I'm in lieu of dealing with the tree option. Personally, I would lean more towards not putting a conservation easement over forested wetlands because honestly, you won't be able to develop it anyway.
I agree with you, but that's.
Still do the tree approach, the typical approach. But I also, so that's fundamental stuff. And then in terms of neighbors, and I don't know if neighbors were there. I thought, okay, Ms. Tipton. Well, I'll let you speak later. But there were neighbors that had some pretty big concerns. Different neighbors had different concerns, I think. I think it's fair to say, depending on where you live in proximity and what was going near your house, I think they have different concerns. That I'm not sure that the zoning hearing board matters would affect that, but I would like to hear how the applicant would address their concerns to make sure that we don't have issues there. I do appreciate the fact that you've combined lots to protect your. I run by your house all the time. So I actually thought about it this weekend when I ran by.
Come down the driveway.
Yeah, I looked at it's beautiful home from.
We won't stop you.
I appreciate that. Recognizing it's you own the lots now, and that you're trying to make some money off the land you own. That's your right. But we're going because it's personally, again, because you're in proximity to wetlands, streams, floodplains, wooded areas, we have to be very careful and thoughtful about the development, which is why we're having this conversation.
Right. And that's why I think that Dave's resolution was for preliminary approval only, if I recall correctly. And as a subject, obviously, without the variances, we can't move forward with the plan. So and I've explained our rationale. I mean, as you know, it costs, by the time you're finished, $7,000 to $10,000 even to take a minor application through a zoning hearing board. And without knowing that, in this case, since it isn't going to change the geometry of the development, it seems like an unnecessary burden to put on the applicant to wait to get a preliminary approval before going through that process. Briefly, with respect to the tree replacement, I read the EAC letter a couple of times, and it struck me that perhaps they didn't appreciate the extent to which this property is wooded. And it's one of the reasons I think the deferral makes some sense. Jerry worked with his engineers to find every conceivable location on this property to put replacement trees. There was a plan that was shown to the Planning Commission, I believe, that looked as if the property was pretty much empty of trees and just showed where the replacement trees were going. That's because if they hadn't done it that way, you wouldn't have been able to tell where they were going. I know Jim has there he's got the aerial now. That's a winter shot, but if you look at it up close, what you can see is there are very few places on this property where additional trees could be put. We tried to put as many as we could. I know these waivers are never popular, but I think anybody who goes out there would agree that there's no place to put 754 trees on this property.
I understood completely. If you're going to develop, you can't put trees on top of trees and in the middle of a house or a roof.
And if you did, they're not going to survive. So it's.
So our plan, especially since some of the neighbors are here, was to, if we had to put trees, was to put trees in ways that the neighbors would get their protection and that we would get our protection equally as well. So we're not opposed to putting trees for those reasons. Just the numbers seemed a little out of whack.
So we have our tree ordinances.
We understand it.
Yeah.
The way we've tried to be thoughtful, I think, in the last couple of years on the tree ordinances, this board, where we have tree replacement, you do as much as you can on site, the best way you can, and for those that you can't put back on site, we have an in lieu fee program that will allow us, when you partake in that program, we can put trees in different parts of the township where there is a lot of space for trees, and it will help overall the township to be that much better.
We're aware of that. I just, in this particular case, it seems penal, but we're certainly willing to talk about that before we come back for final plan approval and see if we can reach an accommodation that's satisfactory to both.
That'll be a particular issue I'll be looking at very carefully.
I know that. You and most other townships.
So that, I want to listen to the neighbors. They have some, I think, very valid concerns. They're depending, again, like I said, depending on where they live in proximity to the parcels, concerns are slightly different. But in general, I think they're valid and should, at this early stage, if something is going to move forward, that we seek to work with the neighbors versus, be a good neighbor, right? And I think there's some history, maybe before you own the parcel, of tree impacts to the fences and whatnot, that we just need to make sure that everything.
I don't think so. I think we've been there longer than the neighbors, both neighbors that will speak. And one actually complimented us on keeping the property so beautiful that it now looks like a park. But he's here complaining about us doing that. But we understand his needs, and it would be the perfect place to put trees down a line so that he's not seeing the road, just like I don't want to see the road. I get it. There's only really one house there. The other house that wants to speak is, I think, off a Creamery, whose backyard looks into this property.
And that's who I'm speaking. I'm not speaking about the gentleman that lives at the end of the dead end right now.
Right, okay.
I'm speaking more about the folks that live off.
Right, but
with some issues backing up to their fence and how things have been maintained over the years, whether you owned it or.
yeah, no, oh no, I did not own that. I did not own that. No, that's true. That that is true. I didn't maintain that part of the property. But this will be a cleanup of that because there'll be homes there.
Well, from one perspective, probably from another perspective.
Right.
When you look on the back, when you look in a nice forested area and it turns to whatever home you're going to put on a cul-de-sac, you don't love that. I get that, but it's also a land rights issue and we have to address it. So
there are limits of clearing on all of those lots too, which I assume you probably saw when you took a look at it.
Yeah. So I just to keep the conversation
Good to
going,
go.
Good neighbors make it easier for us to do everything.
Thanks, Dan. Any other supervisor comments or questions?
I think you got where I am on the tree fee.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Not uncommon. I can't remember the last time I got a complete waiver of a tree replacement. I've been doing this for 50 years, so it's.
Before I read this in the record, I think it makes sense to have neighbors' comments. So if you decide you want some kind of modification to the motion that you.
Sure.
I'm not saying you will, but I'm just. If you do,
Well, that makes sense. So if you guys wouldn't mind, how do you want to do this? Them at the podium and then the applicants can stay here? That's perfect. Was there any public comment regarding this?
Sitting for a while.
You could state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, I'm Kathy Tipton. We own 1078 Creamery Road. We will be impacted. I don't know if they can get it up. We are lot 50, 51, and 52. I have quite a bit that I have here that we are concerned with. To start with, my husband and I bought our property in 1999. The property owner passed away. And the executor was Frank Fazalore, who was at that time a board of supervisors. And he gave us these plans that were proposed in 1951 for the Makefield Meadows subdivision that was nixed because of the wetlands and everything that was behind us. And he told us when we were purchasing the property that a subdivision would not happen because of the wetlands and the endangered species that are behind us. So of course, that was a selling point of us buying our house. So that being said, we've lived there since 1999, and I'm not saying that he didn't take care of the property. It was not Mr. Kassoff whatsoever. It was the previous owner. We do have quite a bit of acreage in the back there that we are concerned about a couple things. So I'm just going to go by my list, so just bear with me. We are worried about the trees. I spent from 4 o'clock till 6 o'clock this afternoon going over the subdivision plans and please correct me if I'm wrong, because this is new for me. I think I counted that there was over 2,900 trees on the property, but some of them were nixed out that they were dead. So I wasn't going to go back and see how many trees were actually on the property because it would have taken way too much time. And it is recommended that they replace with 754 trees, and they are requesting only 167. So I'm not sure how many trees are going to be torn down and how many are going to be replaced, but going from, say, roughly 2,900 to 167, I don't know. That to me seems like a lot of trees. Like, I know there are trees behind me that are dead because one of them landed on our fence that's still broken to this day, that the owner that he bought the property from told us that he was going to fix it. Still bent.
Ms. Tipton, just so you know, that the tree issue, the recommendation is to defer that to final plan. So that's not going to be decided tonight, but
Okay,
it's good to have this information on the record tonight.
Yep, that's one of my concerns.
Just so you know, Frank Vaslor is my father-in-law, so hopefully
Okay.
that won't be a problem with my.
He was a great man, yeah. Just bear with me because some of my questions were not answered back last week. So I have a lot of things. In regards to the plans, we're worried about the buffer right now. I'm not sure how much a buffer. I think it's like 70 feet, which is where my house is. Not sure what is going to be replaced there. So we're worried about the property. We have a small rancher. I'm going to now be looking at the back of a McMansion. They're going to be able to look into my bedroom, my kitchen, my bathroom. That is my concern, is my privacy. I've had privacy since 1999. I've got groundhogs, deers, foxes, no people looking in my backyard. Now I'm going to have people looking at me unless there's some protection. I have a problem with that. I wouldn't have bought my property if people were going to be looking in my house. So that is my concern as a neighbor. How is that going to be fixed to help me out? Another problem that I have is who's going to take care of the property? Who's going to go back there? My husband now, and we discussed this last week, my husband in winter time has to jump over the fence and use the weed whacker and pray that the poison ivy is dead. And he gets a really bad reaction from poison ivy, let me tell you that. Who's going to take care of it? Because now we are. Since 1999, my husband has cleared all of that land that has come over into our property so that our property looks beautiful. It looks great. You can see my fence. But now all this stuff is growing through it again. It's a process. You can't even, but when it gets out of control, you can't even go by it with a lawnmower. You're getting whacked in the head. So my concern is who is going to be taking care of that once this is developed? Let me know if I get too loud. I'm a teacher, so I get a little bit loud and I'm a little bit hot, okay? Third, our property is higher than our neighbor. Tom and Leah Rasky live next to us. And our property has a retaining wall. How is the water runoff from this property now going to affect my property? And it's the corner of lot 50 is already falling down because of the Pico pole that's been falling down that they finally took 5 years to fix. So I want to know all of that water, is that going to affect that retaining wall from falling into my neighbor's property? Someone has to answer that before this moves forward. I plan on living there until I die. I don't want to have to fix a retaining wall or tell my neighbor, I'm sorry, my property fell into yours. That's a problem that needs to be addressed. They already talked about the variances. Reading the report today, and correct me if I'm wrong because I was doing a lot of reading, the Pennsylvania Natural Diversity Inventory indicated that there was 2 endangered threatened species, the northern red-bellied cooter and the coastal plains leopard frog. and the PA Fish and Boat identified the Indiana bat, if we're going to be taking down all of that stuff, where are all these animals going? I mean, are there endangered species back there, threatened species? And where are they going to go if you take away their land? Our property is, we go through the frog cycle every summer. We have a cistern in our backyard and we go out there and we feed them and we watch the life cycles of hundreds of frogs on our property. That needs to be answered. Traffic. We were talking about traffic. I can't get out my driveway when the school is out. Actually, I'm going to take that away. Today, I couldn't get out of my driveway because the traffic is so bad. We're thinking about putting a different driveway on our property so that we can actually just pull out. So that's an issue. There's going to be more traffic. I can't get out now. So how's that going to be affected? I actually had someone surveying my property yesterday. I walk out my driveway and there's someone at the end of my driveway surveying it. Who are you? What are you doing here? Still don't know why. I don't know who that person was, but I now have pink stakes on both sides of my property in the front yard.
Mr. Tifton, we have information that some of that surveying may be done actually by people who own the property across the road.
The farm?
Yeah, that was anecdotal. We've
Okay.
heard that. I'm not.
Wasn't us.
Because we were concerned, now that we're thinking about changing our driveway, if that had to do with the road, I'm not going to spend $16,000 on a half moon driveway and have to reconfigure everything because now they're going to change something. So that was a concern that we had, was traffic, the road. Not sure with the property that's going up, whether or not it's going to affect the existing Pico lines that are there. That right now, I think there's only 6 of us on those Pico poles. And I think it's one of the properties that he bought, the Barbara's property. I can't think of her last name. Whether or not it's going to affect the 6 of us, whether or not we'll be upgraded and hooked up to everybody else, or we're just going to stick with what we have. I'm a taxpayer. How is this going to affect my taxes? How is this going to affect my property, the value of my property? Who's going to want to buy my property if they're looking at a McMansion in the backyard? Someone brought up on Facebook whether or not it's too late now, whether or not this property could have been preserved. That would have been lovely, but it's too late at this point. My ending is that I understand that he wants to recoup some of the money that he did by buying the property. I get it. You want to get some of that back. But I want what I had too. I've had that since 1999. I don't want to lose what I have either. And I'm going to lose my property value is going to go down. My taxes are going to go up. No one's going to want to look at my house. My husband said something to me before I came and he wanted me to say something, and I'm going to say it, but I don't know if it's correct or incorrect. Whether or not Lower Makefield Township has anything to do, whether they, how do I word this? Whether or not you hire Pickering and Courts to do work for Lower Makefield Township.
Pickering Courts of Somerset were the engineers for the township back for many years, but prior to 2005, 2006, they have not been retained by the township since that time.
Okay, we weren't sure if there was a conflict of interest and he wanted me to bring that up. But those are all of my concerns. And I appreciate you taking the time and listening to them.
Thank you so much.
I can provide some answers to her questions.
Absolutely.
One, as far as the trees on the property, the township regulates or in their ordinance, they count trees greater than 10 inches in diameter. So that would be 118 trees that they're removing on the property. Because of the township ordinance, the township ordinance ordinance stipulates that trees 10 inches to, I believe, 18 inches in diameter require 4 replacement trees. 18 to 30 inches in diameter requires 7 replacement trees, and then greater than 30 inches in diameter requires 10 replacement trees. So doing that calculation, they are required by ordinance to replace 754 trees. So they'd be removing 118 trees,
And
replacing 754 by requirement. I think that the applicant has said that there's no room on the property to plant 754 trees. So they are proposing to plant 167 new trees, which would be 49 in excess of what they're removing.
what I thought I got a chuckle out of in the paperwork that I read this afternoon, that he said that they wanted to replace 167 trees out of the 755 required by Saldo. And it actually is worded this way. They are saying it is difficult to access at Buck Creek Drive and they can't cross the stream. So somewhere in there, they can't come from Buck Creek Drive to plant the trees, and they can't come from the other way because of the stream. So I just got a chuckle, like how they can build the development there, but they can't. Why?
I don't think anybody ever said that.
That's regarding the trees that they're removing versus the trees that they're planting. If we go back to the plan, they are planting several trees on that property directly behind yours.
Yeah, I saw Mr. Seabright, who's coming up, is so.
Yes.
Last time I had to come up with the microphone.
So they're planting 11 trees on that property directly behind yours. They also, that I guess oval shape just south of that is a stormwater management rain garden. So that would take some of the runoff from the property and direct it within that rain garden and allow that to infiltrate into the ground. And then anything overflowing that rain garden would drain down just over the natural terrain down towards the stream. So the runoff, or the stormwater runoff from that property would actually be running away from your house.
Okay, so what we're concerned. Thank you. What we're concerned with is that our house is right here. What is this? What is that going to be? The trees are here. That's great. But can't we have some trees? Are we having, what do we have? What is this? That's what I can't.
So that's the property line,
Existing trees.
right.
This right here is going to,
That is existing trees to remain.
they're going to remain. Okay, okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Andy, that's a bubble like a surveyor would put on the plan, just like the.
Yeah,
little-
that's an area that
Right,
we
right.
can't touch. That's-
Okay.
Okay, that's all that's you needed to tell me. Okay. We weren't sure what that was, whether or not that was going to be cleared to nothing or if it was going to stay as is.
And
Okay.
I don't know that I'm speaking out of turn here, but I think that the applicant would be, willing to,
Move the trees around.
talk, plant a few more trees on that
Right.
property to
And that's why we're here.
to alleviate your concerns about either looking at the house behind you or your privacy concerns. So I think that that's something that we can work with the applicant moving forward.
That's part of the idea. If there is room, by agreement, we can work with Andy and his firm or Township Landscape Consultant, if you have one other than RVE, to find places to put trees. We're happy to put as many trees on this site as makes sense. And we're certainly more than happy to buffer neighbors to the extent that there's room to supplement the existing buffering. Sometimes that can be understory material as well as trees, rather than just trying to put big trees up in there too. So again, I'm not an expert, but we are more than happy to do that.
I believe you're.
If you
fine
don't
with
mind,
that
can I
as
just
well.
make make, I still have a mic, I think. If we, as the owners of the property now, are impinging or infringing on your property, I'll send somebody over. I have people who work at my house now who can
Okay.
come over and clear that out, done. If that's happening, I don't know anything about it. It's real far away from us. And I would only be able to see that if I was on your property,
Right.
which I have not been. But I can assure you, if you have issues like that, I'll give you my phone number. I'll send somebody over there and your husband doesn't have to do that anymore.
Thank you.
Have you ever met before this?
We met at the planning committee meeting last week.
Never met as neighbors?
No,
We're-
I run by his property.
We're pretty far.
Distant from each other, sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's
But I
not-
mean, honestly, if there was ever an issue with infringement, if it went on for
It
20
was
years.
the previous
Oh, it was
owner.
prior,
It was
before
the-
he bought it.
Right.
I
Yeah.
understand.
Right.
Okay.
But I've owned it. I've owned it probably we bought it pre-COVID, so we've been sitting here waiting
About a
for
year.
COVID to go away. No, it's been
now.
almost 3 years,
Oh, wow.
waiting for COVID to go away.
Sure.
But nobody's ever said anything to me. And as I said, I have people who can come over and fix it. You don't have to deal
I don't
with it.
think
And-
we were aware that you actually bought the property until probably like a year ago. I still thought, I mean, I see Loftus there all the time, so we
Loftus-
just assumed that he
Loftus-
was still living,
Yeah.
that the,
Bill Loftus still lives in his house as per agreement, and 1566 is owned by my son and I.
Got you.
So, and that's the address of his house is 1566. So there's no developer here. There's no big thing. It's just us.
Did we put some of the, or did he put some of the concerns?
yeah, I
that
just,
we
I
had?
mean, it's the property line, it's the animals that are in there, what's going to happen to them? Are they endangered and threatened? I mean, all of that.
Can you address the Pindy issue?
Yeah. So that's a requirement that every development has to go through. They look at this, I would say, the various species or that are on that property or could be impacted by the development. And you are required to get a clearance letter from the PA Fish and Boat Commission or
Right.
the other prior to the development. Yeah.
We had that search done about 3 years ago, and our engineer started the process because it's old now. We have to go back and go do it again.
Right.
That's in process. We understand that.
So as part of your, I'm going to assume, this is my line of work. I'm going to assume that with DEP, you're going to have, since it's a utility line crossing of a stream or wetland, it's going to be a GP5.
And we're going to do that obviously before we go.
Exactly.
Right.
And then you also, well, because you'll have to do subdivision, you'll have erosion sediment control plan, through NIPD's process, chapter 102. Both of those processes require that you go and do a PINDY review, Pennsylvania Natural Diversity Inventory. And then from there, it's U.S. Fish and Wildlife, it's Fish and Boat Commission, it's the DCNR and Game Commission. They all manage different threatened and endangered species at the federal and state level. And if there's a PINDY hit, then their engineers and folks there need to address that before they can ever get a permit from the state. And feel free.
So my train of thought is,
Mhm.
how can it go in front of the zoning board? Are they trying to rezone it from an R1?
No. So in the zoning code, we have, in our zoning code, there are specific requirements where you can impact wetlands.
Okay.
That's just written in our code. So in order to do something you're not otherwise allowed to do per our code, you need to go in front of the zoning hearing board to get a variance. So that's what they're asking to do, is to get a variance to do that. At the same time, we're not really allowed as a township to tell them they can go impact wetlands. We're one of the steps in a 2 or 3 step process at the state level and technically the federal level too. In Pennsylvania, the state usually does it for the feds, but they have to go through that process before they could ever do anything. So they could get all the approvals they want from us. And the county, in this case, the county, the state, and the federal government could say, no, you can't do that because there's some regulated, threatened, sensitive species there. So that they have more hoops to jump through besides us. Now, do we like people impacting wetlands willy-nilly? No, we don't. So I am interested in the wetlands they will be impacting. I understand it's for utility line. Are they forested wetlands or are they herbaceous wetlands or scrub? Do we understand what type they are?
Our consultants do. I'm not sure. I frankly can't speak to it tonight. Forest, okay.
So therefore, so when you impact a forested wetland and you put utilities underneath, you normally have to clear some trees around there because you have to keep an open easement right away around underground utilities. So they will have, that's a little trickier because usually when you impact forested wetlands, there's some level of mitigation required. And that means putting more additional wetlands back somewhere. So that could be a tricky I'll say it could be a little bit tricky for you to get those permits to do that, as you probably.
One of the reasons I'm asking that we do the preliminary approvals so the horizontal geometry of the subdivision is laid out so we can go do the rest of this permitting. As you said, there's a lot of steps to do. Normally, my experience has been local zoning hearing boards like to know that the applicant's been through the other process and has the other approvals before they come and ask the townships for approval. That's not always the case, but that's been my experience. So we know there's a lot of money to be spent to go do the other work first.
Now, I'll ask you a really basic question. Is there any way to install your utilities without having to impact wetland and get a variance?
No.
So nothing, you couldn't?
No, because the sewer comes from Buck Creek Drive. That's the only way to get it to across the stream there.
So could you come, I'm trying to envision this. Could you come down Buck Creek Drive? Are you their consultant, sir?
I'm sorry.
You just know the area. No, the gentleman behind you was raising his hand, but is there a way, and I don't know how the utilities are mapped here, so I'm just saying, can you come down Buck Creek Drive to serve the homes on the cul-de-sac? Right. And could you come up I believe there are two other homes, could you come up their driveways without crossing a stream to service those homes?
There's no sanitary sewer there is what my understanding is. Our engineers have checked that out and there's no sewer lines that we can connect to in Creamery or Langhorne Yardley Road.
If you didn't get the variances, you could still do the 4 homes on the cul-de-sac, but you would not be able to do it one or.
Unless we could do on-lot systems, unless we could do on-lot systems.
The Loftus house is there now, and I'm sure it has septic. There's no, one of them is there, the house, and one we would build new. So, but the Loftus house has been there longer than we've had our house. So I think it has septic. There's no sewer.
And that's going to stay that way?
There's no, it could stay that way. I mean, obviously, it would be a better saleable house if it had public sewer. So that's why it's worth.
Private sewer now. But
private, yeah.
I mean, the sewage facilities plan
well,
provides for public sewer in this area. It's just that there's no sewer out in either of the perimeter roads right now.
Nothing comes off of the Yardley Town Road.
That's the type of stuff zoning here. The state's going to look into, county's going to look into, and our zoning hearing board. So we go to the, I know you will, but go to the meeting, voice your concerns, see what they say, and then they'll end up saying yay or nay on the variances, and that'll impact where the site plan goes. And then they'll want to come back here. I still lean a little, I like cleaner coming before us. So I like the variances to be issued first so that we know that we're voting on something that could actually happen. Versus there's we're sort of, Dave, I guess, we're voting on something, but there's some risk that the variances aren't approved, and
Risk is on.
Risk is all on us, as I say it.
all right, so there you go. I won't believe it.
Any other public comment? Any other public comment? Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Fred Seabright. I live at 1530 Buck Creek Drive. Jim, can you bring that up? I've lived here 40 years, and we bought the property, obviously, because it was next to this beautiful parcel. And I was told by previous township manager that the Loftus estate could be subdivided one time, and that would be it. And that's when I thought, after Jerry bought the 2.5 acres or 3 acres at pie shape, that would never be developed. So I was quite disappointed that this has moved on to the state that it is now. So you can imagine, I have a room, we look out over this beautiful woods, and now it's going to be a subdevelopment. Not real happy. Jerry was right. I was the guy that said, I took the time to go over to him and thank him for how beautiful he has maintained his property. And I don't know if you remember what you said, Jerry. You said, I didn't freaking do it for you. So, which gives me the pause to wonder how fabulous this is going to be for me. I know it's going to be fabulous for Jerry because he lives in the beautiful Manor Estate that's sequestered far away from the cul-de-sac and the new homes. So it's going to be whatever it's going to be. Whatever is legal is going to happen, whether I'm happy or not. But these trees, there's trees that are coming out here, and then there are trees that are going to be arborvitae. It's going to be put in there, and should be happy that the arborvitae is going to be a barrier. In theory, that's probably right, but I don't know until that happens. Are they 2 feet? Are they 3 feet arborvitae? Why are you taking out the existing trees? And why does that not contain all the way up my property line? If you have other trees to put in, why not continue it all the way out? I'm also not happy that this is just 20 feet from my property line, the edge of the curb. So for what it's worth, I wanted to express my concern after being a taxpayer here for 40 years. It's not before they put me in the home, maybe by the time this is done, they'll put me in the home and I won't have to live with it. But just wanted to extend my thoughts, my concerns. And I'd like to know that if, when it's done, the arborvitae are 4 feet or 5 feet and it's not the barrier, do I have any recourse? Well, who can I go to make it right so that it's going to be maintained the way Jerry is telling me?
So the planting plan indicates that the trees planted there will be 6 to 7 feet in height at the time of planting or at the time of construction, and then they will grow from there. To address your other point, there's a sanitary sewer line that is running up the side of that driveway of that proposed house. And so that's why I suspect that the arborvitae were not planted further along the property line, because that would be disruptive to the utility there.
Yeah. Andy, on that landscape plan, I have to ask, there are lots of species of arborvitae. Is it the?
Yeah, it's dark green arborvitae. Yeah.
That strip, as far as I can see, I'm looking at the planning schedule. I guess.
Do you have the species, the Latin name? And we have a native plant ordinance, and we just want to make sure. I just want to make sure that it's a native. We have one on the.
Thuya occidentals.
That's the only one that's on our native ordinance. So I just checking. That's all. And those tend to get 20 to 40 feet pretty quickly. They are fast growing.
Yeah, they grow about 18 inches per year.
Yeah, they're not a slow grower. They won't get 60 feet tall, but they might get 30 to 35 feet tall with a little peak at the top. So you're not going to have a box. So you might have a little opening up top, but the bottom does tend to get, I don't know what the plan is, 6, 12 feet on center, something like that. So the bottom 15 feet will be pretty dense. The top 15 feet. A little.
And then as far as recourse, we inspect to make sure that the landscape plan is complete before we allow the development to be released of escrow. And then in addition to that, there is generally a maintenance bond after the project is completed, so that those trees are maintained and are vital for 18 months beyond when people are moving into the homes.
Okay, well, thank you.
Additionally, sir, Andy has been out there on numerous developments to follow up on that stuff, even when the building's done, right? And things aren't fully planted, and he's been there multiple times. So trust me that we'll make sure that the planning schedule is fulfilled.
Thank you.
Are there any other areas where you think trees would be necessary? We have a captive audience here who's listening.
I don't want to pig out here on trees, just so that I'm not looking at, I just want to be insulated from that development. I don't have a strategic plan of where I want the trees, or I don't want to hold them up for money, I just want it to be right. And that's it. And one last thing, as a former military person, I just want to thank you, Chief. Your force is spectacular and we appreciate it.
Thank you for your comment. Yes, sir. Did you want to add?
If you've seen anything, the whole idea of doing this is to protect our property, try to make it more beautiful. I have absolutely no intention of, this is a nice guy, Fred. Until this moment, we would go by each other, say hello. My grandson would ride the bike through the yard there, through his street. And I'm happy to sit down with him when we're ready. I could care less about this. I mean, I'll put whatever trees he wants, wherever he wants them. Means nothing. I'd expect him to want his properties. The same with the Tiptons. I'm not a developer who's trying to maximize every penny out of the property. I did it for a reason. I've accomplished, hopefully I can get through this, and I've accomplished what I wanted to accomplish. And I would have there's two people. I mean, whatever they want, I'm happy to sit down with them. And when we decide what trees, doesn't mean anything to me. I mean, seriously, it's not like the tree's $1 more, so I got to put this tree versus that tree. It doesn't mean anything. It's all intended to make, a nice place for, my son will eventually probably take over this house. And now we have a 14-acre property. I've protected what I was afraid of. I mean, I saw someone potentially coming in and wanting to build 15 houses there, because at one point, the Loftuses have a driveway that was supposed to be a right of way that could have gone straight through to Buck Creek. I don't know what it would have taken, but I heard talk that that's what could have happened to that property. And I didn't want that, because, our property is right there. We have a hockey rink, we have ice skating. I mean, it's just, so this was all done for the same reason that Fred is worried. And if I can make him happy, it's easy. So
Appreciate that.
Give you there.
Any other public comment? Yes, sir. If you want to come up, state your name and address into the microphone for the record, please.
1451 Heather Circle. I'm also a neighbor, not as close as some of these other folks, but also have concerns about the proposed development. I think that, with all due respect, you're trying to squeeze too much onto the property. If you'd like to preserve it, want to preserve your own property, if it wasn't a money-making venture, honestly, you could just preserve the property. But development's going to happen. You're entitled to try to profit from it. I know you've addressed some of these already, but I'm going to reiterate my concern. Sidewalks, they should be in there. We walk in all these developments today. When we walk on Heather, on Kenneth, on Quarry Commons, we walk on the sidewalks. When we get to Buck Creek, we walk on the road. Hundreds of other families do the same thing. So the sidewalk should go in. The trees should go in. If there's not enough room to put in the number of trees that are required, put in less houses. I think in particular, if you look at an overhead view of the existing homes on Doe Trail and Buck Creek and this circle of homes, these are squeezed in. They don't fit in with the nature of the other properties. If you look at where the notice of development is posted on Creamery, it is directly across from one of the two culverts or water egresses from Tolbert Farm. There's a tremendous amount of water that comes off there. They've done a good job in the last few years of trying to mow their property and so that the water runoff is mitigated. They're trying to sort of not plow the creeks that are sort of on their field, but all that water crosses, and where one of those two long Flagstaff lot are proposed off the Creamery, it's not posted yet. I can't tell exactly where they would be building, but their sign is right on top of that creek. And there's no way I could imagine you putting a driveway where that creek is today. You have heavy rains or hurricanes come through. So that's my feedback.
Thank you so much. Any other public comment? Anybody on the line? Hearing none, I believe that there is a motion, or there's no motion yet.
You want to make a motion, and I want to caution everybody that I don't, in my draft letter, didn't mention the sidewalk issue, so if you want to amend it after you hear the motion, then please let me know. I know it was referenced in Mr. Pokel's initial review letter, so we can deal with that there. This deals with 1566 Newtown Yardley Road subdivision, Bucks County Tax Map parcels 20-0818-001, 20-018-001-002, 20-018-002, and 20-016-027. The subdivision plans are all from Pickering Courts in Somerson. The subdivision plans, 19 sheets dated March 20th, 2022. Stormwater management report dated April 20th, 2022. Revised erosion and sediment control report dated April 20, 2022. And, excuse me, environmental impact assessment dated March 2022. Those all together are called the plan, unless otherwise addressed during the approval process, subject to the terms and conditions contained in this letter and subject to the motion, of course, that would incorporate this letter and any changes that the board feels are appropriate. The applicant is required to comply in all respects with each and every requirement of the Lower Makefield Township Saldo, the zoning ordinance, and other municipal ordinances and regulations, and with laws and regulations of every level of government having jurisdiction over any aspect of applicant's property, subject to grants of waiver or references to zoning variances which may be obtained as is referenced herein. So the following would have to be complied with. First, the May 31st, 2022 letter prepared by Remington Vernick Engineers. Next, the Township Engineers letter from Safe Engineering dated May 31st, 2022. The letter of the Township's Traffic Safety Officer from Tom Roach, Traffic Safety Officer dated March 13th, 2022. The Bucks County Planning Commission, they didn't actually, I'm sorry. There's nothing from Roach and Rita. I'm not sure why that was even in there. I'm sorry. The Lower Makefield Township Planning Commission and its requirements and recommendations set forth in its memo, which will be dated July 11th, 2022. I believe there was an EAC review letter dated July 7th, 2022. And you shall comply with all other requirements and determinations of any other local utility or governmental entity having jurisdiction over the plan. Now, the waivers, I'm going to read again. I don't have a sidewalk waiver prepared in this letter, but we can certainly incorporate that once you hear the different ones. First, section 178-19.b, to provide the number of copies of plans and supported documents as indicated by township staff. Next waiver, 178-20.C9, to provide an aerial photograph in lieu of providing all existing features within 200 feet of the tract. Next, 178-20.E29, to not require pavement core samples for the 3 abutting roadways. Next, section 178-40.C, to not require widening of the abutting roadways. Next, section 178-45.B2, to allow a 50-foot horizontal curve on the Buck Creek Drive extension where 150-foot horizontal curve is required. Number 6, 178-45.A, to allow a 325-foot extension of a 530-foot existing stub road, creating an 855-foot cul-de-sac where cul-de-sac shall not exceed 440 feet in length. Next, section 178-85.H regarding tree replacements. This waiver request will be deferred to the final plan approval process. Next, the waiver requested for proposed layout regarding planted island within the 40-foot diameter in the center of the proposed cul-de-sac is required by the ordinance. And I think that makes sense given the limited size of the proposed cul-de-sac. Now, there are 2 variances that are requested under the zoning ordinance, which are deferred to the zoning hearing board. Number 1, 200-51B4B, requesting relief to disturb approximately 3.2% of wetlands for the installation of the utility line where disturbance is not permitted, which was referenced earlier tonight. Next, section 200-51.B4D, same type of relief, but under a different subsection for obvious reasons. So those are the requests. Are there any other additions or changes you would like to make? I'm specifically sidewalks, if you want me to address that here, or do you want that to be addressed later?
On the sidewalk thing, how would we word it if we wanted, because we.
You want a fee in lieu, is that what
Fee in
we
lieu
talking about?
program that
Yeah,
was
I
set
think
up.
what I would suggest, and Mr. Van Leeuwen, you can let me know if you agree with this. I think the appropriate code section is 178-47. And in lieu of a, I'm not, I don't want to say in lieu, instead of a waiver, grant of a waiver, the applicant would agree to fee in lieu of constructing sidewalks. I don't know if that's something that,
Whatever our rates are.
Mr. Majewski, do we have a set approach to that now? Like, we have a number set in our ordinance. Do we have that for sidewalk as well?
I'm not sure. That's what I'm asking.
That's what I'm asking, Mr. Majewski.
No, we do not have a set number for that. That's something that Andy can work with the applicant to come up with a number that would be appropriate.
Thank you.
okay, is that acceptable, to everybody, at least now, for
Yeah.
the purpose of
Yeah.
tonight? And that would be the extent of our, the motion. I guess somebody would have to make the motion, then a second to move it forward, and then I would ask the applicant if, with that addition, that those conditions would be acceptable. So,
I'll entertain a motion as described by Solicitor Truelove.
Make a motion that we approve the preliminary major subdivision as amended for 1566 LLC.
Do I hear a second? Motion made by Supervisor Weiss, seconded by Supervisor Blondie. Further discussion?
the only question, Mr. Van Loo and Mr. Katzoff, would you agree to those conditions as expressed in that letter and with the amendment?
Acceptable to me, Mr.
Yes,
Katzoff,
yes,
for the
thank you.
applicants.
Okay.
Any supervisor discussion?
Just so I'm totally clear and everyone else is totally clear, because as you know, those letters are lengthy. We're talking about we're agreeing to a fee in lieu on sidewalks to price to be determined.
Amount to be
through
agreed upon,
discussion.
yes.
Right.
Tree issues,
Final amount.
That's all to be
subject your
determined,
approval of final.
for the final.
defer to final.
Yep.
Okay. There was a bike.
Final amount of the Sophia and Lou would be subject to your approval of final too. We just negotiated between now and final.
Gotcha. And then, Mr. Majewski, we talked about this at Planning Commission. There was a waiver request to not provide bikeways, but did that one go away completely? That was.
This is not necessary,
That's
what I
that was
understood.
my understanding. I just, okay. For Mr. Majewski, our community development director, there's no longer a waiver request needed for providing bikeways because it's not necessary. Okay. I just want to make sure all that was.
That's fine.
Any other supervisor comments? Any public comment? Anybody on the line? Hearing none, call to question. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 5-0. Thank you so much. And
Thank
again,
you.
I
I will,
apologize for the late night.
I will have the revised
That's
updated.
what it is.
You'll send that out. Would you like Mr. Katzoff in 1566 to sign it then? Do you want to copy back or not?
Yeah, we'll want a copy back, but.
We'll take care of it then.
Yeah.
We'll take care of it.
Thank you, guys.
The approval
Thanks.
for the record, so it's on the record.
Excellent. Thank you so much. All right, moving on to agenda item number 15, public comment. General public comment. Is there anybody out there that wants to, at this hour, give us general public comment? Hearing none, moving on. Item number 16, discussing items. Anybody want to discuss any items? Moving along, supervisor reports. I have nothing to report at this time. Supervisor Weiss.
Nothing.
Supervisor Grenier.
Briefly, hard met, reviewed two requests for COAs, approved one, or recommended one for approval. That's, and another one, which is the barn at Prickett Preserve, will likely be coming back in August to rework a few things. So that's moving forward.
Excellent. Supervisor Blondie.
I have no report at this time.
Thank you. And Supervisor Lewis.
In the interest of time, I have no report at this.
Thank you, Supervisor Lewis. I appreciate that. 18, other business. I don't think we have any appointments to boards or commissions. The chair. Ooh,
Move to adjourn. Huh?
hold on a second. We do. Did we forget? Ad hoc. The ad hoc property committee. What is his name?
Joe Katara from.
Oh, Joe, that's right.
From the Historic Commission. And we have a vacancy, and he has graciously asked.
Oh,
The
that he
vacancy
be
is
appointed To
James.
the ad hoc.
Yeah.
He's finished.
So
James
for
and-
Joe from the Historic Commission.
So I would like to nominate Joe to fill the vacancy
I'll second.
left by
Yep, yeah.
Tim Nice.
So we have a motion on the floor, motion by Dr. Weiss, seconded by Supervisor Lewis. Any discussion?
All I'll say is he's been a great asset to the Historic Commission, so I.
Joe Camerata, correct?
Joe Camerata.
That's it. Yep. And James Neese is, I believe, the one who left. Yeah. All right, excellent. So all those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Opposed, none. So the motion to appoint Mr. Camerata to the ad hoc committee passes 5-0. The chair will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Oh, second, sorry.
All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Thank you. Have a good night.
Aye.